Well, welcome everybody. Welcome to all of you watching online and to our live studio audience here at AEI. My name is Adam White. I'm a senior fellow at AEI, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to an afternoon of conversations about the future of regulatory oversight, or as we called it, who will regulate the regulators. We have a wide-ranging set of panels thinking about regulatory oversight and reform at the state and federal levels and a few particular tools of regulatory oversight. So we're grateful for all of you to join the conversation. The event's happening at a fortuitous moment. When we started planning this months ago, we knew we'd have a lot to talk about, but of course now we also have the latest out of the White House, which we'll be getting to a little bit later. But we thought we would start our conversation by focusing on reforms happening at the state level. Before I go any further, I do want to say that for those of you who are watching at home, if you'd like to send a question, please either email it to our colleague Sophie Rizzieri. You can find her email address on the feed. Or you can go to Twitter, where of course all good debates happen, and you can tweet us at hashtag #AEIRegReform. So again, thanks for tuning in. Our first conversation is about managing regulation, particularly at the state level. And we're very, very lucky to be joined by Andrew Wheeler, our guest. Andrew was previously the administrator of the Federal Environmental Protection Agency. Before that, he was a senior staffer on the Senate Committee for the Environment and Public Works. Now he's in Richmond, where he's helping to lead a new initiative instituted by Governor Youngkin. It's called the Office of Regulatory Management. He's the director, and their charge is to build new institutions and procedures in Virginia to really improve regulatory oversight and regulatory management in, as we Virginians say, the Commonwealth. So Andrew, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Adam, for having me.
For those who haven't already kept track, you can find on the Virginia Office of Regulatory Management's website a lot of the documents we'll be talking about. Governor Youngkin's Executive Order 19 from a little under a year ago, titled The Development and Review of State Agency Regulations, the governor's procedures for the review of state agency regulations, and then more recently, the office has published a regulatory economic analysis manual, which is written not just for the economists, but as we'll say, for other people as well. No offense, Susan Dudley. And then most recently, the office's Regulatory Reduction Guide. But before we jump into any of that, I do want to talk a little bit about your experience at the federal level. We were on this stage together about 3 years ago, or I guess about 2 or 3 years ago. At the end of the Trump administration, you were wrapping up your service at the EPA, and we talked a little bit about your experience then. Well, now that you're out of that office and in the state office, could you just give us a big picture sense of big lessons you learned about managing the regulatory process at the federal level? It's a big question, and you've got 60 seconds.
60 seconds?
Yeah.
Can you give me 90?
You can have 90.
I just lost 30. So, I started my career at EPA in 1991, working in the Toxics Office on the Community Right to Know Act. Mm-hmm. And that helped guide my philosophy on regulatory process and procedures, in particular transparency. Mm-hmm. The idea about community right to know is transparency, providing information to the public. And that's the way I've always looked at all regulatory processes. And when I was administrator of EPA, we took, we implemented a number of different procedures to increase transparency. We started looking at the cost benefit, defining that across all of our agency programs. And we started with the Clean Air Act. That actually has since been withdrawn by the Biden administration. But what we did was define the terms for cost benefit analysis under the Clean Air Act. And our plan was to then go statute by statute and do that across the board. We also on science transparency, trying to make the studies that we looked at as regulators for any particular issue, to make sure that those studies were available to the public. And I firmly believe the more transparent we are in what we look at and how we approach regulations, the better the product would be and the better acceptance by the American public and the regulated community, if they know what we're basing our decisions on. So that's kind of been my guiding philosophy, and that's helped shape the direction that we're taking in Virginia under Governor Youngkin's leadership.
Well, as I mentioned, you've had a long career in public service, and then, of course, in the leadership of the EPA. And after all of that, you decided to very quickly move to another governmental office, in state government. Could you tell us about the origins of the office you now direct?
Sure. So I started at the beginning of the Youngkin administration as the acting secretary for National Historic Resources and senior advisor for the first 6 months. So I was working on that issue set. But during that time, the governor, the chief of staff, myself, we came to realize that there were a number of problems in the way Virginia was looking at regulations. There had not been an overhaul of the regulatory process in Virginia since Governor Allen in the 90s. There had been no advances or changes. Governor Allen actually instituted our website, townhall.virginia.gov, putting all regulations and guidance documents on the website. But they hadn't done anything since then as a state. We also discovered that half of the regulations out of the agencies in the Commonwealth of Virginia bypassed the governor's office and the secretaries. So there was no oversight. So a regulatory agency could draft a regulation and send it to the registrar without having the secretary of that department look at the regulation or a guidance document, or the governor's office. There was over half the regulations, there was no oversight. So one of the first things we did in the executive order was require all of the regulations and guidance documents to go through the Office of Regulatory Management. And then we also required cost impact analysis. And you referenced the manual that we put together, and my deputy, Reeve Bowles, is the one who drafted the document. And we looked at what will it take to get the tools into the agencies on how to conduct cost impact analysis. And we define that as cost benefit analysis, impacts on families, on small businesses, and local governments. And we realized that the agencies, very few, in fact, maybe one or two, have economists on their staff. They don't have economists. And so we knew we had to create a document that put it in plain English for any regulator, any of the agencies to be able to understand and implement the analysis. But we also did it so that the general public can take a look at our cost impact analysis guide, so they could then understand what the cost impact analysis were by looking at the guide. So we did it, and I think it's the first time a state or federal government has actually put together a manual in plain English on how to conduct cost impact analysis. We've had a number of other states take a look at this, and I encourage any other states out there to reach out to us. We'd be happy to provide the information that we've learned so far in just in the year that we've been in existence.
Well, that actually leads to my next question. I was going to ask whether you had based your approach on any prior experience in other states. Again, you came from a federal background. You mentioned your deputy, Reeve Bull, for years was the research director at the Federal Administrative Conference of the United States. But there was no sort of parallel state experience you could draw from? This was something you had to build from the ground up?
We looked at other states, what other states were doing. We looked at, in particular at Idaho, Colorado, Utah, a number of different states, and I think it was even Vermont has done something in the area. We looked at a number of different states, and the Mercatus Center actually put out a document looking at the different programs across the country. But we didn't see exactly what we wanted to accomplish. And the other aspect of our executive order and the document that our most recent document is looking at regulatory requirements. During the Trump administration, we were operating under a 2-for-1 system. We were supposed to get rid of 2 regulations and replace with 1 if you're going to put a new regulation into place. And at EPA, and I believe that, I will say the Department of Transportation claimed that they had the most regulatory reductions. It's not true. It was actually the Environmental Protection Agency. We accomplished the most on regulatory reductions during the Trump administration.
Now be careful, Jeffrey Rosen has two sessions after this, so you're arguing with somebody with a lot of mic time.
Well, I thought I would go ahead and just put a shot over the bow before he comes up on stage. And he did. And we're friends, and he did a great job at Transportation and Justice Department. But so I saw the limitations on the 2-for-1. One of the things we looked at in Virginia, one of our agencies only has 1 regulation. They just keep adding subparts to it. So you can't exactly say, okay, we're going to get rid of 2 regulations for each one you put into place. Yeah. So we looked at regulatory requirements, and we define it broadly. I will say the state of Virginia looked at that in 2018 under the previous administration. They just looked at it as far as the musts and the shalls in a regulation, and they counted those up. How many musts are there in a regulation? How many shalls are there in a regulation? But regulatory requirements are much broader than that. You can't just count those 2 words and come up with a full counting. So we've put out, we're updating the baseline for what we're going to have our 25% reduction from, and our agencies are supposed to provide the new updated baseline by this summer, and then we start reducing the number of regulatory requirements. And that, how you give credit is actually very tricky, and my deputy Reeve and I have spent hours talking, sometimes debating. We find ourselves discussing it and then switching positions, but we always have a healthy conversation on how do we count and give credit to these efforts. So we are giving credit for actual reductions, but we're also taking a look at cost savings. Because at the end of the day, it's how to reduce the regulatory burdens on society, on citizens within the state. Now, it's important. We took off the table if the federal government or state statute required a specific regulatory action. Yeah. Because you can't reduce something that's required by law. So we're looking at discretionary, but there's a lot of discretionary. Agencies in the past would say, okay, this entire regulation is mandatory because the federal government requires this. We take a look at it and says, okay, the federal government requires A, B, and C, but you went D, E, and F. And so D, E, and F are now, those are discretionary. Yeah. And those have to count towards the baseline for the reduction process.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to think through, even once you agree at a high level of generality that this is a good approach, just the practical problems of implementation. And what you described before about slicing up regulations, it's almost like the political science version of how many regulations can you fit on a head of a pin. I mean, the people in agencies who would want to get around this are going to push and find ways. Yes. And also, there are limits about I'll put it this way, cost-benefit analysis is a great tool, but of course there are limits to it, practically speaking. And that's just a long way of saying, at the end of the day, how is this actually informing and shaping the agency's decision-making process?
And which is why we're counting both straight-line regulatory reduction requirements, and also cost savings. 2 great examples, our board of cosmetology and barbers reduced the number of training hours for cosmetologists from 1,200 to 1,000. Mm-hmm. That's a huge cost saving. If these are people without college degrees and they have to get the training, that's a huge cost savings to them if they only have to have 1,000 hours instead of 1,500. Now, I wonder myself, do they need 1,000 hours? But what the board did was reach out to the industry and say, what are the important classes? What are the important topics that you need in order to be trained in this profession? And they added it up, and the consensus was around 1,000 hours. Our Children's Services Agency took a look at the documents that they were requiring parents to have notarized, and they reduced that number, getting rid of a number of documents saying these no longer have to be notarized. That may not sound like a big deal, but if you think about in today's world, trying to find somebody who can notarize a document for you, the amount of time that takes, plus it's also a fee. So that's saving time for families, and it's also saving them costs. So we're doing that across the board, and we're encouraging that, and we're talking about that with all the agencies, and we're highlighting these efforts, because all of these efforts are going to reduce the regulatory burdens on Virginians, which is what we're trying to do, without sacrificing health or environmental protections or so forth. We want to make sure those protections stay in place.
Could you give us a sense of what it's been like to actually build the office and the procedures in dialogue with the governor's office and the agencies, just the practical challenges you've run into along the way, if any? And I'll just proceed that by saying OIRA at the federal level is now 40 plus years old, and in the last few years there's been really great scholarship sort of thinking through what made OIRA a success for the long run. At Bowdoin College, Andrew Rudalevich has done great studies of what made OIRA successful, and it took a lot of work over time to make it more than just a 4 or an 8 or a 12-year reform, but a sustained and sustainable set of reforms. So how have you gone about building this for the long run?
Well, I'm going to throw out a question for a later panel. I know you have a group of former OIRA officials here. Yeah. Is OIRA successful? Or maybe they can start with that. Is it successful today? Particularly with what the Biden administration's new Circular A4 and what that means going forward. I'd love to hear all of their opinions on that.
Do you want to answer the question yourself? We can take a couple minutes.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I
want to follow back to whatever your sense of OIRA's successes and limits might be. How have you incorporated that into your project in Virginia?
From what I've read so far of the proposal on the A4 circular, I'm concerned that this proposal is inserting a number of social issues into what has traditionally been the cost benefit and the economic analysis of OIRA. Mm-hmm. And OIRA historically, in my mind, has been an umpire calling balls and strikes. They don't really take a side, and that goes. I had my own battles with OIRA during the Trump administration, where I wanted to do different things, and I got pushed back. Mm-hmm. Historically, they have been that umpire, and I'm afraid that inserting a lot of non-economic requirements into the circular is going to more politicize OIRA and get them away from calling balls and strikes. And I think future administrations, after that, I don't think they're looking towards the future. They're not looking towards legacy with this. Yeah. They have their own legacy that they want, but the result is going to be that future administrations will be much freer to change the analysis requirements at OIRA, and I think that's detrimental to our regulatory system at the federal government. Mm-hmm. So at the state level, I have a staff of, including myself, 3 people, and so we're doing all this with 3 people. But we did that on purpose, and that was one of the topics, one of the issues that I talked to the governor about when he decided to create this office. We wanted to create processes and embed them in the government. Yeah. In Virginia, governors are term limited to 1 term. So you're a lame duck on day 1. And we wanted to make sure that the reforms that we're doing are being institutionalized. So we are very mindful of that, and we're incorporating this across the board so that long after we're gone, and if, in case there's no Office of Regulatory Management in the future, the reforms will continue, and the reforms will still be there. Yeah. So I think that's important, and that's something we're looking at. And if I can, you kind of opened the door on or maybe I opened it, on the Biden administration. If I could just take one shot at the Biden administration, if nobody minds. One of the things that we did for transparency's sake at EPA, and I was very proud of, was, and this is by executive order by President Trump for all agencies, but I think we were the first agency to get it completed, was to put all of our guidance documents on a searchable database. So first we had to figure out how many guidance documents we had. We had over 13,000 guidance documents. So part of that process was to take a look at the guidance documents and determine whether or not they're still necessary. Some of the guidance documents predated our 50-year agency. Some of them were from predecessor agencies before EPA was created. We got rid of about 3,000 guidance documents that were either contradictory with other guidance documents or no longer necessary. We had 10,000 guidance documents. We put it on a searchable database. First time ever that's been done. Prior to this, and I know this when I was an attorney, you had to go to EPA and go through actual metal file cabinets to find guidance documents in reading rooms if you wanted to know what applied to your industry or your business. We put that on a searchable database, available to the public, and within a couple of months of the Biden administration, they dismantled the database and took it down. First of all, I think that's a waste of taxpayer money because a lot of money went into creating that database. But it just shows you that they're not interested in transparency. And that was a hallmark of my leadership at EPA, was being more transparent on everything that we did, particularly on the regulatory process.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about what federal administrators might learn from the state experience. But let me just start with a possible difference between the federal government and the state governments. Obviously, the states and cities, they deal with incredibly important issues, and they have to make hard policy judgments. But the federal government, and you knew this firsthand from the EPA, it makes some huge policy judgments within the agencies and in Congress. Sometimes it's said, city politics or local politics are different from federal politics because there's no Republican or Democratic way to fill a pothole. Obviously, state government is not just about filling potholes, but I could see somebody looking at the reforms that Governor Youngkin has implemented and say, this is going to politicize just what should be non-political regulation, public safety regulation at the state level. That this has proceeded perfectly fine. It hasn't needed the governor and his administration getting directly involved in regulation. And this new system is going to risk politicizing what should be non-political regulation. How would you respond to a criticism like that?
I don't think good government should be political. And we purposefully picked the 25% regulatory requirement reduction because that was a number that the previous administration had chosen when they did a pilot in 2018. They asked all their agencies to count the regulatory requirements, and then they had 2 of the agencies try a pilot of reducing by 25%. One got about 18, and the other about 27% regulatory reductions. And it was interesting, and that was by legislation, and that passed unanimously in the General Assembly. Actually, unanimously in the Senate in 2018, and I think one person voted against it in the House of Delegates. When we came out with our executive order, I will say there is a state senator in Virginia who criticized it, saying, where does this 25% number come from? It's arbitrary. And the Washington Post did an article, and they had interviewed that state senator, they interviewed me, and I didn't know what the state senator had said, but it was great in the article, because in the article I mentioned how it was a bipartisan bill that every senator in the Senate voted for, where we got the 25% reduction number. So some people will politicize anything, but at the end of the day, this should not be a political issue. Taking a look at the cosmetologist wanting to open up a business, the families getting documents, no longer having to get them notarized. That's not political. We're taking a look across the board at the number of hours required for different professions and from the different boards in Virginia. That shouldn't be political. This is about opening the doorway to more people getting jobs and getting jobs faster, and more businesses moving into Virginia. One of the Governor Youngkin is focused on expanding job opportunities. He wants Virginia to be the best place to live, work, and raise a family. Looking at the regulations goes to all 3 of those. But when he's talking to companies that are thinking about locating in Virginia, and it's not just companies from other states, it's international companies who are thinking about locating to Virginia. They want to know how open and transparent our regulatory process is, so they can do business planning, and it impacts business development. So it impacts families. It impacts people trying to start a job or a career, and it impacts businesses on where they want to open.
Terrific. Well, we do have time for some questions. If anybody has a question so far, raise your hand and the microphone will find you. And I have at least one more question I wanted to ask. I alluded to it earlier. What if this project succeeds? What do you want federal administrators and regulatory reformers to learn from it?
That there is a methodical approach you can take to reducing regulatory burdens, and providing more information and being more transparent is a good thing. Just to be simple.
That's short and sweet. Question here in the back. If you wouldn't mind, when you ask a question, please identify yourself.
Hi, Andrew. Kevin Bromberg, now an independent consultant, but 40 years working at the Small Business Administration and doing a lot of work with EPA and OIRA. So I did happen to look at the Office of Regulations manual for its non-economists and economists in the state, and I was very impressed with how simplified the just Table 1A, costs and benefits of the proposed regulation, the primary option. So I know we put this out, you put it out in December. Have you got a reaction yet to filling out this table of costs and benefits, preliminary estimates from your state officials?
We have, and it's been positive so far. And I will say we started out slow. When we implemented the office last summer, I said, I don't want to hold up anything in the pipeline. And I said, I know that it's going, and I had a big meeting with all the regulatory coordinators from all the agencies. And I said, I know it's going to take some time to get used to the new form, to get used to what's required, and we want to work with you. And so, the first few months we would, go ahead and sign off on regulations, but do a gentle email or something about, in the future you should, take a look at this, or this is what we're really looking for on this part of the form. At this point, we are turning regulations back to the agencies if the form's not complete and the information's not there. We're particularly looking at Table 5 in the form, which is how you count the regulatory reductions. And we're doing that, and the response has been great from the agencies because we're actually identifying regulatory reductions that they didn't count. We're taking a harder look at it, and we're saying, hey, you didn't give yourself credit for this, you didn't give yourself credit for that, and they're happy about that because they all have to meet the governor's goal of a 25% reduction. So it's been, I think, a very positive back and forth and exchange with the agencies, and we've gotten no real criticism from them. It's good to see you again, Kevin.
See, James Brohl has his hand up, and while the microphone's finding him, I just want to point out James and his work at Mercatus included a lot of study at the state level reforms. Please.
He was the one, and he guided us to a number of different states to take a look at, and I was very thankful for his help.
Great. James?
Thank you. That's very kind. I'm curious what plans you have once the 25% reduction is hit, what plans you have to, whether you're going to keep the inventory system in place for regulatory requirements and have agencies keep tracking that, or what your thoughts are on institutionalizing that process so it continues going forward.
Great question. So, the 25% reduction is by the end of Governor Youngkin's term. We're asking for agencies to shoot for 10% reduction this year, 10% next year, and then 5% the final year. There was legislation in the General Assembly this past session to codify that and to move beyond and set a higher goal for out years. And we worked with the sponsor of that legislation, and we're interested to see if there's going to be interest in the next General Assembly to codify that. You can't really commit future administrations to do things. If you could, I would have done that at EPA.
Any other questions? I mean, in a way, James' question anticipates what was going to be my next question, which is just more broadly, can you give us a sense or a preview of what you'd like to accomplish next once this is in this office, once this is really secured? I mean, do you have any plans for the next stages of development that you can share with us?
Oh, so you're not asking about my future career plans. You're asking.
I mean, you can get into that too if you want, but I was talking about Richmond. Yeah.
So we're focused on the regulatory reduction requirements. We also have it's in statute for years that every regulation has to be looked at once every 4 years. Mm-hmm. And so an agency has to do some sort of certification that, yes, we've looked at this regulation and it should continue. And not to be critical of our agencies, but that has kind of been more of a rubber stamp. And we are starting this year to take a more methodical approach. And as they look at the older regulations, we want them to do the cost impact analysis of the existing regulations to see whether or not the projections when the regulation when it was finalized, whether or not over the last 4 years, it still makes sense to continue. So we're going to be looking at the older regulations and guidance documents, and I think we may be the first state to apply cost impact analysis to guidance documents. So it's not just regulations, but we're looking at both. So that's the next phase for what we're doing in our office, and then our office we also are in charge of permitting efficiency, and we are in the process of putting all of our permits on a dashboard, so that anybody, general public and the permittee, can go look on the dashboard to see exactly where in the process their permit is. And that's something that, we kind of did that at EPA. We utilized the lien management system at EPA, and we did that with the SIP process, but it wasn't publicly available. It was internal. Mm-hmm. But we're taking this. We've already got our water permits under DEQ are available on the dashboard. I encourage everybody to take a look at that. So we're implementing at DEQ, and DEQ is the pilot, and then we're expanding it to Department of Transportation, Department of Health, the Department of Conservation and Recreation, and the VMRC, the Marine Resources Agency. Those are the, and Department of Energy. Those are the 5 agencies we're starting with past the pilot phase. So
Great.
it's,
We have time for one last question.
Hi, Sam Corman, PhD candidate at the University of Virginia. And my question is about how you all are conceptualizing transparency. So there's a way in which it's more transparent if the documents are available to everyone. And there's some sort of trickle-down transparency, horrible turn of phrase, where you have people who need documents notarized, and because there are fewer regulations, when they go into the city clerk's office, they have a better experience there. But there's also a way in which you can cut down 25% of regulations and still have thousands and thousands of documents online that someone who's working 60 hours a week trying to get their hair license, cosmetology license, still won't have time, energy, bandwidth to read all of those. And so is there any conversation happening about how to make regulations more transparent for the everyday citizen, or at least people who interact with these regulations pretty frequently?
yes, there is. And I think a perfect example is on our teacher licensure process. And you may have, those of you who are following in Virginia, that's been in the news recently. There's been a large backlog in the licensure process. We're automating that. And the new head of the Board of Education plans to have the new automated system in place on August 1st. And that will be more transparent and make it easier for teachers to apply for their license or their license renewals. So, you know, steps like that, that's going to be more on a case-by-case basis. But what we're doing across the Commonwealth government is highlighting those examples and encouraging other agencies and boards to take a look at these best practices. You know, the governor likes to talk about instituting best practices across the board, and he wants us to be best in class in every aspect of state government. So part of that, for our office, we took a look at what we thought were the 5 or 10 best-in-class states around the country, and our goal on the regulatory office is to end up being the #1 state for the regulatory process and regulatory improvements.
Well, we're out of time. Any closing thought?
No, I think that was a great way to end it. And I appreciate you inviting me back today. It's good to be here. And you have a great panel this afternoon. And you have one who I believe you're ending the day with, I believe, one of the most thoughtful senators in the Senate today, Senator Lankford from Oklahoma.
Yeah, well, now you'll have to stick around to see how it turns out. But please join me in thanking Director Wheeler. We'll take a quick break, and we'll restart with Jeff Rosen's panel on regulatory budgets.
Thanks, everybody. We're going to resume with our second part of the program today. This panel is titled The Past and Future of Regulatory Budgets to Manage Regulation. It's a topic that's near and dear to my heart. It's a subject I've been interested in for a long time. But before I introduce our panelists and say a few words about what we're going to talk about, let me remind folks, if you have questions, particularly those who are watching from the live stream, the email to send them to is sophie.raziri@aei.org, or as Adam alluded to earlier, through Twitter, hashtag #AEIRegReform. And we'll get to a point a little later in the discussion where we'll invite questions from both the folks in the live audience and from those online. So with that, let me just offer a couple of preliminary thoughts, and then we're going to introduce our panelists. I was hearkening back as I was thinking about this program to sort of a flap mini controversy over a decade ago, early in the Obama administration, when Speaker Boehner became the Speaker of the House, and he sent a letter to the president saying that he had looked at the regulatory agenda and that the number of rules that were deemed significant on it were up to, I think it was at the time, something like 219, but that the test for economically significant rules at that time was $100 million of cost. And the Speaker was asking the White House, I'm interested, are there any billion-dollar rules? And if there are, how many are there? And initially, the White House had declined to provide that to what was then Minority Leader Boehner, but he became Speaker and he renewed the request. And the President responded to the Speaker and said, well, actually, we do have 7 rules we're working on that are in excess of $1 billion apiece. And this was kind of a revelation that agencies were doing billion-dollar regulations. Well, over time, as the years went by the end of the Obama administration, it turned out there were over 100 new rules that had total cost in excess of $1 billion, and about 25 rules that had annual new costs in excess of $1 billion a year. So that's $1 billion every year caused by the rule, as opposed to the net present value. So that's a lot of regulation that costs $1 billion a piece. And at least my feeling at that time, and I think still is, had been, well, there's 2 kinds of regulatory budgets. There's the kind where you impose some order and discipline and say what it is you want. And the other is, the budget is whatever the agencies choose to impose. But either way, you are allowing extraordinary amounts of costs to be incurred. Now, whether that's good or bad obviously depends on what you think of the substance of the regulations and the cumulative impacts. And for this discussion, I'm just leaving out the normative consequences of, is there too much, too little, do we need more? I'm just talking about the management aspect of it, of if these costs are going to be imposed, should there be some system to measure and manage that, or should it just be let it be, and we'll see what it turns out to be. So I say that as kind of the backdrop to today's discussion, because fortunately, there has been a significant amount of both scholarly and practical work in recent years to think about these issues. And I don't know if folks are generally aware of it, but among other things, there was a symposium of articles in I think it's the Harvard Journal of Law and Public Policy, did a symposium on regulatory budgeting that had a whole series of articles. We have a few of the authors from that here today, actually 2, and actually Senator Lankford, who will speak later, submitted a piece for that symposium as well. So there's that work, but there's other work. And one of our speakers has also done a paper in the last couple of years looking back at the regulatory budget that was imposed by Executive Order 13771 in the Trump administration, which has since been revoked. And there's been both proponents and critics writing about these topics. So there's a good amount of information and thinking about this. And so we're very fortunate, as I said, to have some authors of recent papers and thoughtful analysts of these issues on today's panel. So while their full bios are available online, let me just give you the thumbnail of the people you're going to hear from today. The first is Dr. James Brohl. He's a senior fellow at the Competitive Enterprise Institute. He was previously an affiliated scholar with the Mercatus Center at George Mason. And as I said, he's the author of a paper in that symposium on the regulatory budget in theory and practice. In addition, next we have Anthony Campo. Anthony is a principal at Clark Hill Public Strategies. Among his previous positions, however, he was both the Chief of Staff and Counselor at the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, OIRA, at OMB in the prior administration, and so worked day in, day out on regulatory budget issues, among other things. And he is also the author of a paper in that symposium called Regulatory Budgeting in the U.S. Federal Government. And so we're very fortunate to have Anthony here. And third, we have Dan Bosch. Dan is the Regulatory Affairs Director at the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association. So deals obviously in very practical terms with regulatory issues, but he's also the former Director of Regulatory Policy at the American Action Forum. And he is the author of a paper that's not in the Harvard Symposium, but was published by the American Action Forum called The Legacy of the Regulatory Budget. And so what I'm going to do to get us started is since I'm not going to assume everybody in the room and online has read all the papers, so I'm going to ask each of our panelists to just give a thumbnail, 5-minute type overview of the paper so we can get on a common page and then have a discussion about the regulatory budget, both concept and practice, now that we do have at least a 4-year window at the federal level. And I know James is also very knowledgeable at the state experiences and elsewhere. So I'm going to start by just coming down the row. I'm going to start, James, with you.
Sure. Thank you very much for having me. Maybe I'll just start with a simple definition. So a regulatory budget, if you're not aware, it's a cap that's placed on the overall amount of regulation, such that a new regulation can't proceed unless the savings exceed the costs. But there are different ways in which it can be structured. The Trump administration was the first federal administration in the United States to create something like a regulatory budget for the rulemaking process. And it was criticized heavily, but I would argue that one of the main lessons we've learned over the last few years is that the regulatory budget really is resilient and robust in the face of these criticisms. Just as an example, a common argument you'll hear about regulatory budgets is that they ignore benefits. This actually is not true. The reality is that costs and benefits are two sides of the same coin. They are just positive outcomes and negative outcomes. And savings are benefits. And so the regulatory budget applies a kind of cost-benefit test to regulations. It says they can't pass unless they pass a cost-benefit test. If I were made king, I would actually change the terminology that we use. I would say a regulatory budget is cost-benefit analysis. And then I would call this other kind of analysis, which is, to me, more akin to Scientology or something along those lines, is not cost-benefit analysis. We can call that something else. It's ideologically driven. So in this way, really what the Trump administration did was make economics and trade-offs more central to rulemaking. We're seeing the complete opposite come from the Biden administration. We heard reference to this modernizing regulatory review effort, which is basically saying economics takes a back seat, evidence takes a back seat, ideology is what's going to drive everything. Whatever we want, basically, we should get. Costs don't matter, opportunity cost doesn't matter. Really, outcomes don't matter. One of the most impressive aspects of the Trump regulatory budget is it inspired all of these state reforms, which I have spent a number of years researching. States like Virginia, which we heard about, and Ohio, and a number of others have had simpler versions of these, but they've created simpler regulatory budgets. They're actually more extensive in some respects than the Trump budget, and simpler in other respects. So the Trump budget was incremental. It applied only to new regulations. This is a limitation. So the ongoing, growing, compounding costs from the 190,000 pages of federal regulations that we have now, that wasn't accounted for in the Trump regulatory budget. It's a serious limitation. That's what slows growth, reduces living standards, reduces technological innovation. The states relied on simpler metrics like counting requirements, but they were able to create inventories for all the regulations they had in the books. So a state like Virginia, the Department of Transportation had something like 130,000 requirements just from that one agency in the state of Virginia. So with the advent of regulatory budgets, we're starting to see economics play a more central role in rulemaking. I consider this a revolutionary shift. And regardless of your personal sentiments towards Donald Trump, it's worth acknowledging that his administration was the first administration to do this. They deserve credit for that. And in my view, they did more to promote evidence-based regulation and bring economics into the rulemaking process than any president in my lifetime. So I'm really optimistic that we're on the verge of a revolution. I think the current administration is taking us backwards in time, but in my mind, their proposal is silly, and I don't think it's worth taking seriously, and I think it's just gonna be a temporary phase that we move quickly beyond. Regulatory budgets are the future of policymaking. The academic community and the regulators, by the way, are way behind on this, but they're gonna need to catch up because the most practical and efficient and effective tool of controlling regulation that we have is a regulatory budget. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Anthony, you want to give us a thumbnail sketch of the paper you published in the symposium?
Sure, thank you very much. I want to just first say thank you to the American Enterprise Institute, Adam White, and of course to fellow panelists and Jeff Rosen, whose intellectual and practical leadership on this front are probably the but-for cause of our being able to be here and discuss the experience with the regulatory budget. So thank you, Jeff, for all you've done on this over the years. It's incredible. So just a high level, what I wanted to do in my paper was kind of try to explain some of the structure, the mechanics sort of on a day-to-day basis of the regulatory budget and address some critiques and offer some recommendations for the future. And I didn't really want to write the paper, but it seemed like there was some confusion out there because of some of the criticism, I think, shed a little, there was more heat than light, I think, in some of the criticism. Because as James said, I think some people just didn't like the president, and I think they maybe got a little carried away. But a key thing about the budget, what I talked about in this paper, is that it's often thought of as the 2-for-1 mechanism, the 2-for-1 budget. And really the 2-for-1 component of the budget was just that. It was a component, it was a small feature of the budget. When a new regulatory action was going to be promulgated, you had to get rid of 2 old ones. But this was intentionally something of a loose requirement, and it was actually a subcomponent of the regulatory cost cap feature of the budget. It was located in Section 2, the title for which is Regulatory Cost Cap for Fiscal Year 2017. So that's where the 2-for-1 component was mentioned. It was an instrument in service of the real budget, which is the $0 cost cap for FY17, and then a number to be determined in the future by the administrator of OIRA in collaboration with the agencies and executive branch partners. So I really wanted to kind of just put that in context, help people to just remember 2-for-1 is not what this is about. It is about $0 of new regulatory costs on net. So when you look at that, well, I guess we'll get to it a little bit, but the practical experience of that is, I guess the punchline is, over all the 4 years that the regulatory budget was in place, that central goal of the budget was achieved. On net, federal agencies imposed no new regulatory costs during the entire 4 years they operated on a budget. In fact, we achieved almost a net regulatory cost savings of $200 billion, just under $200 billion over 4 years. I mean, people were laughing at us at the beginning. We said, this is impossible. It cannot be done. You cannot turn the ship of state like that. And we did it. And I think, as James said, I think that we proved that the regulatory budget works in constraining some of that activity. I also wanted to highlight, I highlighted in this paper some additional useful features of the regulatory budget, which was articulated in Executive Order 13771. It said that new rules must be included in the unified agenda. So this is a mechanism put in place by Executive Order 12866 of Bill Clinton. It tells the public all the rules that are in the pipeline of federal agencies. And we said that you can't issue a rule unless it was in that agenda, or you get a written waiver from the administrator of OIRA. That was a very important step because it forced early discussion, collaboration, thinking, analysis, coordination across the government, kind of just a lot of those good government goals that you would want to see no matter what the sort of overall policy objective is. That requirement to include all rules in the agenda early on was extremely helpful in getting the government aligned and ultimately in serving the sort of our goals of the regulatory budget. There was also a feature which required agencies to, in fiscal year 2018, to submit their proposed regulatory cost cap and provide a justification, an explanation for why they thought that was the appropriate cap. And then we had a good discussion back and forth to land on a final one. The definitions, of course, are always important in any regulatory scheme and executive order. The definition section was really key. We defined there, executive order, we defined regulatory and deregulatory actions very clearly in the order and in the implementing guidance, which was really key to this. So that's another key aspect of this, is that I really wanted folks to think about that guidance. So the order was somewhat general in the structure, and it gave a lot of authority to OMB, the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, to set the parameters of the budget. And so OIRA, the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs within OMB, issued a draft guidance and then a final guidance document, which really got into great detail about the mechanics of the budget. And it's a really excellent document. I commend it to you, and I hope that folks take a look at it. There's a lot of the criticisms out there about the budget could be addressed by looking at that guidance document. It explains, it deals with many of them in advance. I guess quickly on the mechanics of implementation, we really tried to be flexible. We did not say that a rule has to be, the deregulatory actions have to be finalized on the same timeline as the regulatory action, that the dollar amounts exactly have to tie out from the deregulatory and the regulatory actions. There's a lot of flexibility in the system because we recognize that regulating is complicated. There's a lot of, each regulatory docket is unique. It has its own timelines and requirements and scientific analyses and economic analyses, and we didn't want to, prejudge one based on what was happening in another docket. So there was, they were delinked and kind of proceeding, again, in a fairly flexible way forward, with the overall objective of getting to that, that $0 cost cap. So that was really key. The agenda was really key. Andrew Wheeler earlier mentioned the importance of transparency. We shared that objective. We thought that was really key. I think it's been one of the great contributions of OIRA over the years, is providing a great measure of transparency to the public about what's happening in the regulatory process, the regulatory development process. And we took that, I think we took that a step further, because there was, when we arrived, a list of hundreds of regulatory actions that were under development, that were in the pipeline, that were not visible to the public. We said that's inappropriate. We don't agree with that, and it was actually interfering with our efforts to manage the system toward the proper implementation of the regulatory budget. We had a lot of kind of gamesmanship happening with that sort of pending, non-public facing list. Well, I don't know if I should characterize it as gamesmanship. There was the agencies were doing, I think, were probably doing their best to meet the objectives of the budget, and they just happened to have this pending list where they could tuck stuff if it didn't fit in with the budget. We just didn't think that was right. So we said we're going to make that list public. The Administrative Conference of the United States had previously urged OIRA to do that. We agreed. We followed their direction, their guidance, and got rid of that pending list, which allowed us to then have full transparency on all regulatory actions in the pipeline, which allowed us to actually implement the budget in an effective way, and we hit that objective in the in that first rollout of the agenda and then the budget. And then I get into some critiques, which I think we'll probably cover in a little bit. So maybe I'll just leave it there for now.
Great, thank you. Last but not least, Dan, you wrote the paper on the legacy of the regulatory budget. Well, one of the questions I'm going to have is legacy the right word, as in is it over? But but for now, the legacy in terms of the one that existed for 4 years at the federal level. Tell us about your paper.
Sure. So I wrote mine about a month after the administration ended, and I covered 3 areas. The first was looking at the strengths of the budget. Second was what I perceived as the deficiencies. And then we also did some accounting for some of the midnight rulemakings that weren't covered by the administration's actual accounting. And I thought the biggest strength of the budget was that it was the most serious effort I had seen at the federal level by the administration to actually institutionalize the reduction of existing regulations. And this was primarily done through EO 13771, which established the budget, and then also 13777 that put in place structures at the agency to actually identify and prioritize the rules for deregulation. And this institutionalization led to obvious reductions in the rate of regulatory cost growth. If you look at the Obama administration, including independent agencies, they averaged $111 billion in new annual costs. In the Trump administration, that figure was $10 billion. And now in the Biden administration, they're currently on pace to exceed what the Obama administration did. Finally, the regulatory budget established an overall atmosphere where businesses were more certain that they wouldn't face excessive regulation. And I think those were reflected in measures of business optimism. But there were some clear deficiencies, and an obvious one was that as an executive action, it was never going to be a durable policy. And sure enough, it was repealed on the first day of the Biden administration. But given the legislative climate, I think it made sense to structure it this way. The biggest deficiency for me was the lack of transparency, and that was because it offered an easy way for critics to attack it. There was annual accounting from OIRA, and that included the number of actions covered and the list of actions, but it didn't provide an accounted value for each action. And this was a problem because one couldn't compare OIRA's accounting with what was in the Federal Register, and so critics could argue the numbers were either inflated or just overall inaccurate. Another was that the structure only counted significant regulatory actions while at the same time counting every action that was deregulatory. And this led to some pretty outlandish ratios of deregulatory to regulatory actions, like the 22-to-1 in FY 2017. So these ratios sounded almost too good to be true, and critics latched onto that. But to its credit, the administration did eventually include comparisons of significant deregulatory to regulatory actions. Another deficiency was that the budget was a tool of the administration in that it reflected ideological preferences. So while agencies like EPA saw steep reductions in costs, in other areas like immigration, costs soared. Now, I don't think one could expect an administration not to use a budget in this way. But it did allow critics to say, well, you know, I don't actually think you care about reducing regulatory costs. I think you care about getting rid of things that you don't like. Finally, it turned out that the budget wasn't very effective in curbing midnight regulation. From October 1st, 2020 to the end of its term, the administration's actions that we projected at AAF would have been covered by the regulatory budget resulted in $33 billion in net costs, which is more than 3/4 of the administration's 4-year total. So to conclude, a view that the Trump budget was a successful pilot in deregulation, but now having 2 years to reflect on the paper, I'm also left to wonder if actually referring to it as a budget at all is the proper term, because it implies a certain level of rigidity that I don't know is actually practical.
All right, well, thanks to all of you for those preliminary comments and sharing with us the perspectives that you've written about. Let me kick off what I hope will be a conversation, so feel free to jump in as we go. I thought I'd start with you, James, on kind of a historical question, which is the concept of using budgeting tools in the regulatory realm goes back more than 40 years. I think there was some conceptual discussion in the Carter administration and some legislative proposals, I think from Senator Benson in the late 1970s. So you have any thoughts on why it has taken so long before we had a test of it at the federal level? Is it technical problems? Is it controversies? Is there something else? What do you think is the reason why it took till 2017 for somebody to try it?
I think the main reason is because what's currently being done under the name of cost-benefit analysis has been a major distraction to regulatory reformers. The idea that regulators can just regulate without limit, impose as many costs as they want on the economy, I think that would be outrageous to most people if they heard that. And I think that without absent cost-benefit analysis, probably something like this would have been adopted 30, 40 years ago, probably on a bipartisan basis. But cost-benefit analysis has created this kind of false paradigm through which a lot of intellectuals in particular view the regulatory system. I think it's been a distraction. I think it's the wrong way to look at regulations. It's not grounded in sound economic theory, and the regulatory budget, in my view, moves us towards having a solid theoretical foundation.
Why couldn't we have had both, using what I'll call the conventional cost-benefit analysis, but using the cost component of that as the element of the budgeting, which I may ask Anthony to jump in after I ask you.
So I get into this in my paper, and I do think, so the primary test a regulation should be subject to is the regulatory budget test. The regulatory budget essentially evaluates costs and benefits in the aggregate cumulatively over the long term. Cost-benefit analysis says, what's the impact on welfare right now in the current moment? So it's a very short-sighted approach versus the long-termist view, which is the regulatory budget view. So I think a combined rule of some form, I would have some qualms with exactly how cost-benefit analysis is done now, but a combined rule that says the long-term matters and the short-term matters together in some form could make sense. I don't think the cost-benefit test on its own makes sense. The regulatory budget test makes more sense, but also has some limitations.
So Anthony, you had to live with the regime that did do both, right?
Yeah.
So how did that work?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we very much tried to integrate the two because we wanted to sort of that there's a long-standing kind of bipartisan approach on analysis. We wanted to respect that analysis there, and this is part of the sort of, I guess, frustration for me was that so many people said, "Oh, you're ignoring benefits. You're not doing cost-benefit analysis." Literally every one of those significant regulatory and deregulatory actions went through the cost-benefit analysis tests and standards of 12866 and OMB Circular A4. They were deeply integrated. I mentioned the guidance earlier that implemented the regulatory budget. It said right in the opening words, and then a full sort of Q&A devoted to it said, in case it wasn't clear from the order, you must follow 12866, the primary order for reviewing regulatory actions, and it sort of it integrated all of that. I think, I think I said it recently that, most businesses, if you're out trying to maximize profits, you have a budget that you give your team to go out and expend in effort to maximize profits for the business, for the enterprise. And I think it's similar in the administrative state and regulatory policy, where we want to go out and maximize net benefits, but we need some cost budget to get there. We don't just have unlimited money to go out and get all the benefits that we want. Families can't do that. You can't just generate money out of nowhere. Businesses can't do that. We need some constraining mechanism. And so, yes, what we endeavored to do was to integrate the two. And maybe it wasn't perfect, but I think it was a good way to kind of, give respect to the longstanding approach and try to also integrate this emerging approach, which is, another one of our fellow authors in that series did a great paper, Professor Renda, looking at the experience in other countries around the world and how the regulatory budgets are actually pretty commonplace. They're used all over the world. And yeah, it's become like somewhat of a weirdly political thing here, which it really shouldn't be. It's a pretty basic idea to have a budget. I mean, everybody in America pretty much has a budget except the federal government, a regulatory budget. So I think it's something that I'd like to depoliticize a little bit and say, it's a perfectly appropriate thing to have and to integrate into standard analysis.
So Dan, let me ask you, what do you see as the benefit of applying budgetary concepts to the regulatory realm?
Yeah, I think the biggest benefit is sending a directional indication for where you want the amount of regulation to go. And I think then you get all agencies sort of focused on how can we reduce regulatory costs. You're putting downward pressure on the rate of growth of regulation, and then that would ultimately yield economic benefits.
So this reminds me, Anthony, maybe I'll focus to you. In 2019 and 2020, the Council of Economic Advisors did some analysis of both the regulatory budget and the impact the budget had on some of the deregulatory or cost savings methods. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, the economic reports of the president were really, there's a lot of good work in there on the regulatory budget's effects on the economy. And I think in the 2018 report, they concluded, this is the Council of Economic Advisors to the president, concluded that adopting and adhering to a budget, regulatory budget, would over time add about 2.2% to GDP every year if we had sort of stayed on that course. And in the 2019 report, they noted something we had noted in the release of our data, that from 2000 to 2016, regulatory costs grew by about $8.2 billion a year. And then, so every year, growing, and then 2017 comes along. And the regulatory cost growth actually goes down through the x-axis and is negative, and is $8.1 billion on net saved in FY17, and then $23 billion saved in FY 2018. So the first time in our data and our records out of OIRA that had happened, where you actually go down through the floor. So there are some people also criticized. They said, oh well, $8 billion saved. What's that, right? In Washington. But if you look at the delta between the rate of the annual amount of regulatory cost prior to that, 2016, and then you look through 2017, negative $8 billion, is a pretty significant delta. So they got into that a good bit and talked about how one kind of limitation of analysis that we typically do on rules is that it's focused on individual rule and an individual agency, an individual industry. And so we look at costs and benefits and economic transfer effects in a somewhat of a narrow way. It's certainly thoughtful, and B-Circularity 4 is great. It contemplates lots of other dynamic effects, but they're not often implemented. The current administration laments that there's not as much focus in recent years on distributive effects. I think a lot of us would say there's not been as much focus on sort of some of the dynamic effects, some of the opportunity costs of regulatory actions. That those are also things. All of that stuff has been discussed in A4 and gets implemented and are enforced variously over time. But the 2019 report of the president, economic report of the president, talked about how I think they said the sum of the parts is great, or the regulatory whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So the overall cumulative effect and cost of regulatory action is more than if you just put the individual rules together, because regulatory costs imposed on an industry or on a regulated industry have sort of ripple effects out in the economy that are not always contemplated in those actions. So they kind of peeled back some of that. And in 2020, in the 2020 report, they talked about how if we continued again on this course of using the regulatory budget, being focused on trying to focus more on regulatory cost reduction, that it would generate about $3,100 per household in increased income for families on an annualized basis. So that would have been great, but it stopped. But that was a part of their analysis.
So James, you're the PhD economist on our panel, so I don't know if you've had a chance to look at those CEA reports, but I'd be interested in your thoughts on what are really, in a sense, the macroeconomic benefits of managing regulation in a budgetary way.
Sure. So I can't really comment on the technical details of those estimates. I know there were some critics who pointed at those CA reports and said the benefits are coming in the future, and we don't necessarily know whether they're going to be achieved or not. That was one of the main criticisms I saw. I think that tends to always be true of any forecast or any regulatory analysis. So the criticisms of the economic analysis didn't concern me so much in those CEA reports. But as far as the overall cost of regulation and the benefits of regulatory reform, I mean, we're getting better and better estimates of the total cost of regulation. There was just another one the other day from London Business School, estimated that the annual costs of US regulation have gone up by $1 trillion a year in the last couple of decades. The best estimates we have are all in the trillions. They range from about $4 trillion a year to $30 trillion a year. I mean, and these numbers are staggering. So really any dent that we can make in that is going to make a big difference. So I do think that, there have been critics of some of the Trump administration's estimates of the benefits of their regulatory reforms. I think some of those criticisms may have merit. I can't necessarily speak to all of them, but practically speaking, there's a lot of benefits to be achieved, and theoretically speaking, the reg budget is the right way to be thinking about regulation and how to accomplish those benefits.
You referenced that there are critics out there, of course, and so one of the things I wanted to do was ask some of you about some of the criticisms been out there, because there obviously are critics who are less than sanguine about the regulatory budget, and I'd like to hear your thoughts, all of you, on some of those. So one of the ones that I'm aware of is there was a writer named Amit Narang from Public Citizen who wrote a piece that basically said that the regulatory budget was, I think this is a quote, worthless and had no actual effect. It was symbolic messaging or something to that effect. Dan, you want to tell us if you agree, disagree, or if there's a half-truth there? What do you think?
Yeah, I disagree. As I mentioned, my opening, I think it was a useful pilot project, if nothing else, in deregulation. A couple of things about his critique struck me. The first was he said that it didn't work because the administration admitted in court filings that the budget didn't affect when or whether to regulate. But those affidavits didn't say anything about how the agency is regulated. So yes, they're still regulating, they're choosing to regulate, but how they do it obviously clearly matters. And another point, he mentioned that they missed the budget target because of some changes with the Clean Power Plan. And basically what happened was when the Clean Power Plan repeal was proposed, it was a deregulatory action. And then because we were going to meet all the targets anyway, it ended up becoming regulatory action. And so they missed their budget target, I think by $8 billion or so that year. And I think this gets kind of to my point that maybe the term budget isn't the best term for this because it implies rigidity, but I don't think anyone would argue that repealing the Clean Power Plan was a deregulatory measure.
So another criticism that I've seen in a couple of papers were that because we don't have a good measure of the cost of the existing stock of regulations, we're not in a position to do a budget. How did you deal with that, Anthony?
That is a really, it is a really good, it is a real challenge to wrestle with. And Director Wheeler mentioned that it's something that they wrestled with in Virginia. We wrestled with it. One of the things that was discussed in the CEA reports was how a lot of costs in an RIA, a regulatory impact assessment or analysis, they're often these lumpy upfront costs. Put a filter on your smokestack, and you do that in year one, and then the RIA says very few costs in the out years covered. And so if you flip the sign on that analysis, you don't get a lot of cost savings. But the CEA report noted that actually, a lot of those sunk costs up front, those were barriers to entry for other competitors in the market who couldn't afford whatever that lumpy upfront cost was. And so when you get rid of that rule, you're actually you're liberalizing the market. You're allowing for more competition, more participation in that whatever that thing is covered by the rule. And so there's a lot more benefits. James was sort of saying, whether it's a cost savings or a benefit. And that's something that I think they did a lot of work on in the CEA reports that was really helpful. But yeah, it's a real issue. But what we did is we focused on a transaction by transaction basis, right? The rule comes in, and just like in a normal, the primary mechanism for implementation is a rule comes, you draft a rule, and then it goes to a RIA, and you work in the RIA, and that's like where the regulatory budget plays out. And so, yeah, that's not accounting for the stock of all rules, previously promulgated. But those cumulative effects, the CEA report also talks about how, I think it was an NFIB study for many years leading up to 2017. Every year, small businesses said that the number one thing they were concerned about was cumulative regulatory burdens. And that the first year when that wasn't the case was 2017. For many years, I can't remember how it was, 5 or 6 years running up to that. So it is that there is this sense that these cumulative regulatory burdens are immense, but yeah, going back and measuring it all is quite challenging. We have the annual reports that OIRA sends up to the Hill, but I think there's a broad view that maybe those don't capture quite as much as they should.
Could I say one thing?
Please,
about that?
of course.
There is a practical way you could estimate the cost of all the regulations on the books, and that's to attach like a 7 or a 10-year sunset provision. They don't need to all expire at the same time, but you could have regulations expire in a staggered manner over time. Then when they're renewed, they go back through the rulemaking process, they get a cost estimate. It might take 10, 15 years, but over time you get a cost estimate for everything.
Interesting point. So you remind me, though, of a criticism I saw from one of the economists was that there was a certain futility that as certain federal regulations were deregulated or not implemented if they were proposals that were let go, that what happened is states would pick them up, net neutrality or something like that, and that there was a futility to it. James, since you're the one who studied the state rules, what do you make of that criticism?
I don't think it's a criticism specific to the regulatory budget. It's true of any federal reform. Anytime a president engages in a controversial topic, if you're allowing fracking nationally, then some states might ban fracking. If you're passing transgender policy, some states might respond and do something else on transgender policy. Controversial issues tend to have reactions from the states, and I don't think that has anything to do with whether we should or shouldn't implement a regulatory budget. I would hope a regulatory budget wouldn't be controversial, but if it stops certain regulations from going through and the states want to implement their own version of those regulations, they should be free to do that, in my view.
Dan, you want to get in on this?
I think I would agree largely with James on that point with the states. I think, the whole point of, the federal deregulatory effort, I think, was just getting rid of the blanket nationwide burden on some of these things. And obviously, there are going to be instances where states decide that's something we liked, and then, we can examine how the state dealt with it and, find out maybe they did a good job with it or it had negative economic effects. And so I think, those are worth examining.
I would say also, I think, one of Dan's criticisms, and I've heard it before, sort of related to this, is, that the regulatory budget is thought of, I guess, for many as a deregulatory effort, and certainly that may be true in many respects. But a budget is when a family has a budget, it doesn't mean they spend $0. It means that they plan for expenditures, and so we planned for expenditures. We spent regulatory dollars in some areas, whereas administration, that was the sort of collective wisdom, that was where we wanted to spend. In other places, we would offset it by having deregulatory actions. But I think part of sort of making this more broadly accessible is that a regulatory budget doesn't necessarily mean you cannot spend any money. And I think that is a conversation that I had with folks as they were saying, well, you're going to. Some people would say, well, we don't even want to have a wire review. We don't even want to go through this process at all if you're going to make us comply with the regulatory budget, because then we have we can't. You'll say you can't do it because it doesn't save money. I said, well, a budget allows us to spend money in some places appropriately. So I think that. I just want to make sure that sort of point is out there. I mean, I think it's.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting point. That comes to one of the questions I wanted to ask all of you was, so at the start of the Biden administration, I think it was the first day, the regulatory budget executive order was revoked. But at least in principle, it would have been possible to preserve the tool of the budget, but simply set the level, instead of being 0 new incremental costs, to say it'll be, whatever number they wanted to spend. And that at least would have both kept the managerial tool and also provided transparency as to what was being spent. So the question I really wanted to ask all of you was both your reaction to when it was revoked, but your thoughts on what happens next in the future. Do we see the regulatory budget return? Do we see Congress take action? And what should happen? So I don't know, Dan, I'm going to let you go first on that one because you're always coming third.
Yeah, I mean, I think my reaction when it happened was that it was obviously fully expected, and I think, to your point, I do think they could have used it in a way to keep it going and just structure it so that costs are going up in areas where they feel it's necessary to spend through regulation. But I just think it was just a largely political decision. The budget was associated with the Trump administration, which, the supporters of Biden, weren't going to abide. So I just think, from that perspective, it had to go. And I do think the result of that will be the next time we have a Republican administration, I think we'll see something similar to what the Trump administration had in place, and we'll have this sort of cascading, maybe. Pendulum effect of regulatory budgets going in and out with parties as they come into the presidency.
James, do you see it that way?
I think that's pretty much right. We're in somewhat uncharted territory as far as regulatory reform. So there was somewhat of an equilibrium that we were in from the Clinton administration until the Biden administration, at least behind cost-benefit analysis as being kind of the paradigm for the federal regulatory process. The guidelines for cost-benefit analysis are 20 years old, and they were kind of maintaining a certain level of consistency throughout time. But now that those guidelines are being updated in a very ideological and partisan way, the current document that the Biden administration proposed is never going to last. But you can't go back to a document that's 20 years old. So I see probably whatever the Biden administration puts in will get scrapped by the next administration. We'll go back to a regulatory budget. Personally, I think you could comply with the cost-benefit analysis executive order from Clinton with a regulatory budget and not necessarily return to that circular A4 guidance document from 20 years ago. But that could be challenging as well. But we're probably in a situation where there's going to be a pendulum effect, and different administrations and the different parties have different views of how the regulatory process should work, how we should judge what's a good regulation and what's not. And so we're going to get different modes of analysis and different procedures across the two different parties.
So Anthony, do you have a different take? I was just, as I listened to Joe, I was thinking about how, as I alluded to, the some of the earliest discussion of regulatory budget was really in the Carter administration.
Right.
And do you think the analysis the other folks are setting out is right, or do you have a different perspective?
Well, I guess I was, I was disappointed, and I mean, the sort of discussion was unity and common ground, and then some of the common ground things like the baseline, the foundation of economic analysis the executive branch has used for decades across administrations of very different philosophical perspectives was just gotten rid of. That's on the A4 side. But for the budget, yeah, I mean, I was disappointed to see it go away, but it wasn't just that. There were executive orders on good guidance practices that, I mean, how could these possibly be objectionable? Post guidance documents in a centralized location, so that there was a question in an earlier discussion about the public wants to know what the rules are that they have to live under, and they want to be able to find all the requirements. And there was an EO that said, put all those guidance documents in one place so the public can find them. And it got rid of it. What possible justification is there for stuff? And other than just sort of politically, we just get rid of everything that the last people did. And I think that's a pretty dangerous place. We certainly could have done that. And we had those discussions and debates, and we wanted to get rid of all kinds of things. But for the sake of continuity in government and comedy, we took what was there and we used it to the best of our ability to advance a perspective that we had, but we did not try to, rip out limb and branch and root everything that the prior folks did, because there's plenty of it that was, I think was, workable. I mean, I liked a whole lot about it, but we were able to work with it. And so I was disappointed. I think there's tons in the regulatory budget that people of all philosophical persuasions could find attractive and useful. I've mentioned some of the, one of my recommendations in my paper is, regulatory reformers of all philosophical persuasions can use the existing instruments to advance their agenda. They do not need to destroy the architecture and put in new architecture every few years to make that possible. And for example, the unified agenda, a terrific mechanism put in place by Bill Clinton to get the government aligned on policy, to provide transparency to the public. That's still in place, and that's a good thing. But I would like to see some more continuity, and I think the regulatory budget is one of those things that's right over the plate that should be in that.
I was just wondering, do you think that the budget was tainted by the fact that the headline of it was 2 for 1?
Yeah, I think that one of the things, again, look, this was a first attempt to do this, and I think that supporters and critics highlighted that part, but that really was an instrument in service of a dollar budget, right? Now, and I guess one of the things also discussed in this paper is that, so you've criticized the 2017, the 22 for 1, but many of those actions, so for example, we gave deregulatory credit in the 2 for 1 program. We gave out credit. Administrator Wheeler talked about how difficult it is to sort of work through these issues. How do you come up with a good framework that is reasonable, responsible? We said, okay, if you pull back a proposed rule from the prior administrations, proposed and not yet finalized, we gave an out in the 2 for 1 programs. You get an out credit, that goes in that column. But you got no dollar cost savings for the purposes of the real regulatory budget, $0 of regulatory cost savings. So that part was not gamed, and that's why I think, I said in my paper, I agree with you, accept your criticism that we should have more transparency on that, and I think going forward that we should do that, and I expect that will be the case where we provide more transaction level accounting, because I think it would have been appropriate to do back then. I think it's good to do in the future, because people will see that we did not actually give dollar cost savings for the vast majority of those for a variety of reasons. Some were proposed and not yet finalized. There were a lot of, there's this long-running discussion in Washington about the kind of regulation through guidance and circulars and dear colleague letters and the like. None of that includes analysis. And few people complain that those guidance documents don't include analysis. They should have, if they're having a significant effect in the market, if they are economically significant or otherwise significant, they should have analysis. They didn't have it. We pulled them back because in the judgment of the professional career staff, the civil service, they were on net, they achieved a regulatory cost savings by pulling them back. But we still gave no dollar cost savings credit for those actions because there was no analysis. The prior administration didn't do it. We did not do it in a public-facing way. We didn't think that was appropriate to award dollar cost credit. So, we tried to, I think, sort of strike a balance there. The 2-for-1 had some gaming, but the dollar cost cap was the place where really, the rubber really met the road. And I think in the future, there'll be more transparency around both of those, and I think it will help to, deal with that.
So let me ask one more question before we invite audience questions here. One of the criticisms that Dan had put in his paper was the durability, that when things are done by executive order, they can be changed. Do any of you see a role for Congress, a role, and B, a likelihood, or a path, let's say, because Congress obviously has a process to participate in the budgeting of tax dollars, of federal expenditures. Doesn't always get the budget resolution done, but it does have a role. And what do you think is desirable and feasible or likely?
I have a view, but you want to start?
Sure. So I think it's unlikely Congress is going to get involved. It's probably not a surprise to a lot of people, but I would like Congress to get involved. Congress has a lot of experience with budgets and appropriations, and I don't see why it couldn't contribute in this area too. But this has become a pretty partisan issue. I think you could make a regulatory budget more long-lasting and institutionalized if it was implemented through formal regulations, which was something the Trump administration experimented with with cost-benefit analysis at EPA, and some of these guidance document regulations came out from different agencies. So you could formalize it a little more and maybe make it judicially enforceable. I guess some of the biggest changes I would make are from the way the Trump budget was implemented is, one, I think the 1 in 2 out was just a bit of a distraction. And that a lot of the criticism was levied at 1 in 2 out and not necessarily at the regulatory budget itself. And so I think in retrospect, it would have probably worked better without that. The other thing is I would seriously reconsider whether OIRA should be the one to oversee it. And I had concerns about...
Them's fighting words, James.
I think you did a great job, Anthony, but it's. I said this actually as soon as it's not a criticism of you specifically, I promise you. But OIRA oversees about 8% of regulations. Independent agencies are excluded. That's all the financial regulators, the Federal Trade Commission, the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Any non-significant regulation, which is just a term for regulations that OIRA doesn't review, it's like 90% of the rulemaking process. So already that kind of hamstrung the budget if so much of the regulatory system is... So either OIRA's purview needs to be expanded dramatically, and I'm somewhat skeptical of that, or somebody else needs to oversee the regulatory budget. And so I would probably house, maybe within OMB, but maybe a separate office that is government-wide, have the budget apply to everybody, try to maybe impose sunset provisions to get some of these cost estimates from the past regulations, and then drop the 1 in 2 out. If Congress decides to step up and play a role, great, but until that happens, we're going to have to assume it's the executive branch.
Yeah, Anthony, rebuttal?
I think that something to sort of just clear up, because I think there is kind of a widespread misunderstanding. I mean, most of those rules that OIRA doesn't review, well, historically, recently this was changed by executive order, and I completely disagree with it. But historically, the staff of OIRA, they review on a running basis. They basically get to decide what comes in for review. So the rules that don't come in for review is because OIRA gets the chance to think about them and says, we don't want to review those. And then often, if you go into the Federal Register on any given day, I haven't looked at it yet today, but I'll bet that a third to half of the rules are drawbridge rules and airworthiness directives. The drawbridge shall open at X time and close at Y time. I mean, it's not terribly, it's just it's like a notice to the public. And same for a lot of the airworthiness directives and that sort of thing. They do not actually have the type of market activity, market effect that the rules that OIRA, if a rule is going to have a significant market effect, a meaningful market effect, OIRA reviews it, pulls it in. Historically, I don't know. I don't know whether that will change. The new executive order says basically that the staff cannot make those judgment calls. So I don't really know what's going to happen with that. But historically, they have it. Of course, the regulatory budget should be enforced by OIRA. That should go without saying. It's the central regulatory office that oversees the development of regulatory policy. It's the most appropriate place. And I think, the current administration is taking a different approach. But they're doing it out of OIRA, and I think that's appropriate as well. It's in the White House. It's close to the president. It's close to the president's advisors. It has a central role. I think that makes sense. In terms of whether Congress is going to take it up, I mean, I look forward to hearing from Senator Lankford tonight. I mean, I think that there's an enormous appetite. I mean, I remember listening to, watching a speech that President Trump gave to a room full of farmers, and they were not wearing suits like we are. It was very normal people in mid-America, and he talked about rolling back WOTUS, and he said it by the acronym, and they all stood up and clapped and cheered. The whole room of people was standing and cheering for the rollback of an acronym. I mean, it's because real people get that these rules can have really big negative effects on their lives and their ability to provide for their families and communities. This is not like an inside Washington thing. This is a thing that really touches down. Like I said, the small NFIB study is of small businesses. Small businesses are actually the ones that are often harmed by regulation. I think it was Lloyd Blankfein who once said that regulations are a terrific moat for Goldman Sachs, to use Warren Buffett's term, right? The moat. Regulations can often create a moat around established players. I think small business, farmers, a lot of sort of regular folks across the country know of the harmful effects that regulations that aren't properly designed can have. And so, yes, I think there is a big a push for that at the kind of local grassroots level, and I think that will translate in due course. I mean, I think that the next Senate election is going to be very interesting. I expect to see people running on this issue, and I think that who knows exactly how it'll go, but I think there's a lot of momentum. We got very close in 2017 on the Regulatory Accountability Act. I could see some version of that coming back in the next Congress. There are regulatory budget bills out right now, and I think that it's very, very possible that in the next Congress, a couple Congresses, I think you could see some real progress on these issues.
All right, well, I'll ask Senator Lankford that when we get him this afternoon. But in the meantime, are there folks in the audience? See, Jamie Conrad had a question. And
thanks. Jamie Conrad, Conrad Law and Policy Council. I just wanted to follow up on this precise point. In principle, federal agencies can only impose those regulations that Congress has authorized them to do. And you might have to go to the Supreme Court to get that confirmed, but they only have the authority Congress gives them. And it seems to me that a regulatory budget that's imposed administratively creates the same potential for hypocrisy that the debt limit does, which is it allows Congress to pass regulatory statutes with broad terms and spend money and cut taxes and then be shocked to find out that the regulations cost money and that now we have deficits. And wouldn't it be a more accountable mechanism to have, say, and we can ask this of Senator Lankford, a House rule and a Senate rule that says any bill that authorizes some exercise of regulatory authority has to have not only an authorization for the agency, but a specific dollar authorization for the cost of the regulations that can be imposed under that mandate. Because that's the only way in which Congress will have to take ownership of the regulations that it's authorizing.
I think that's a good idea. I think one challenge with that approach is then who is judging whether or not what cost the agency comes up with is accurate? But then, I mean, if that's their administration, can you sort of trust their estimate. So, I mean, yeah.
I think that's a great idea and could be a good step towards getting Congress involved. And honestly, it could be a step towards more objective cost estimates. I mean, if we've learned anything over the history of cost-benefit analysis, is that it's just how political the analysis is from these regulatory agencies. When you compare it to what CBO does, Congressional Research Service, Government Accountability Office, those are trustworthy analytical offices. The agencies are completely political. I mean, the numbers will swap from the Obama administration to the Trump administration, the Biden administration. They're implementing and repealing the same rule, and somehow the benefits always exceed the costs. So I would welcome an independent analytical office, taking it out of the executive branch, put it in Congress, and that could be a step towards a pay-go kind of system, where anytime you're implementing regulatory costs, they have to be offset, and that's a regulatory budget.
Another version of that, I mean, a lot of countries have, they perform like an RIA at the legislative level, right? So, I mean, that's another kind of step you could take, where you just do a cost-benefit analysis of whatever variety, whether it's more focused on social welfare analysis and redistribution, or, more traditional CBO type analysis. Performing that at the legislative level, I think, would be terrific. I mean, I think we'd.
Yeah, interesting point. The one thing I'll just chime in here is the Executive Order 13771 that created the regulatory budget did say, except where required by law, as in if Congress said, whatever, do it, $100 billion rule, then you had to do it, whether you wanted to have a budget lower than that or not, that Congress does have the final say. So it's another reason Congress should be in the process. Yep. There was a gentleman over here who had a question.
Thank you very much for your presentation. From a conceptual point of view or framework perspective, I was thinking, I'm curious to hear your view or perspective on the spillover effects of this regulatory budget. I heard Anthony talking about comparing other countries, looking at how they have similar system as we do here, and so factoring in the geopolitical. I mean, consider everyone is rational, right? So they will play their position according to where they are and all of that. Is this, I'm sure you've contemplated or thought about how that is going to play out in the long run. So I'm just curious to know, your view on the direction, both in terms of trying to bring the link between Congress and the executive branch, with geopolitical friction and all of that.
Can I have a couple thoughts on that? So one is, Professor Renda's paper does a great job of surveying the experience in other countries. Marcus Peacock previously issued a paper along those lines at the GW Regulatory Studies Center. Great paper that kind of looks at the experience in other countries. Also in our symposium, I think Patrick McLaughlin's paper looked at the experience in lots of states and provinces in Canada. This is a very commonplace mechanism around the world. So it got sort of weirdly political, but it really shouldn't be that way. And the other part of that is, I get into my paper a little bit, that people, I think at the beginning of the regulatory budget, some people were concerned that there would be no new regulations, and we made provision for, we expected to see all kinds of regulations, but one particular category that maybe touches on what you're asking about is regulations that advance regulatory cooperation initiatives with other countries. So we have, we basically said rules that are market enabling, So like maybe in the new tech space, or rules that promote regulatory cooperation, where, so you may have, for example, like a standard in Canada that says like the opening of a bottle of Coke has to be 1 inch, and in the US maybe it's 3/4 of an inch. But there's not really much, like what difference does it make how big the opening of a bottle of soda is? And so there are these efforts to kind of standardize the requirements across borders. Rules that did things like that to work better with our allies and friends around the world. We said those are deregulatory, even though they maybe are a new rule, an affirmative new rule. We called those deregulatory and made lots of room for them in the budget. And I expect you would see something like that continue. That was also kind of a nod to work of prior administrations. The Obama administration did a lot of work on that front, and we tried to continue that. So I don't know if that really answers it directly, but a couple of thoughts along those lines.
Other questions? Over here.
Kevin Bromberg again. To follow up on my colleague Jamie Conrad's idea. So I've always thought over the years that setting the budget is the biggest barrier to this concept. How do you set the number? So I was very hesitant to hear that Congress would be setting this number. So one thought is, if Congress was going to set the number, then it needs CORA, that Congressional Office of Regulatory Affairs, to provide the expertise so they can do it. I wouldn't be sanguine about that outcome ever happening. So let's now turn to OIRA. So in the first year, it's not so hard in the first year of administration to say we're going to have no net burden, because there's a lot of things you could find. Well, now you're in the third year. How is OIRA going to determine the budget, whether it's positive or negative, for USDA, DOT, EPA, et cetera? How many OIRA staff do we need to do this? And is this really practical? My inclination is this is a fine idea in abstract, but as a practical matter, we've got more important things for OIRA people to do than that. Though they also do need 20 additional staff for what they do.
Way more than that.
So on that one, I may take the moderator's prerogative for a quick response and then invite the panelists, which is the budget process that already exists for federal expenditures is that the agencies submit to OMB what it is they think they need, and OMB reviews and either agrees, disagrees, questions it. So I don't think you would need a lot of new staff if you were emulating that process. You could do a completely different process, but if you were emulating the budget process, I would expect that OIRA could handle that. But Anthony, you've lived it more recently, so.
Well, that is indeed what we did. We endeavored to model the budget pass-back process. So, so the agency would start with a proposed budget with an articulated justification for that budget. And then the professional staff would evaluate it and say, push back in one way or another, and we'd go multiple rounds of pass back and sort of elevate and have, final conversations to set it. And indeed, in some cases, I think their budgets were positive, right? In most other cases, they were negative, but in some cases, they were positive. There are some agencies where you have statutory one-way ratchets, where what are you going to do other than, maybe pause the flow? But it was, some of those are very tricky. But of course, well, maybe I shouldn't downplay it. Maybe I should say it is really complicated, and so there's further justification for staff increase. What am I thinking? There certainly are many reasons that there need to be additional staff. As James said, maybe it is. Maybe they would pull in more if they had more staff, right? No, I think I take the point. Yeah.
All right. At this point, maybe we'll go just a minute over here if there's one more question. Go ahead, and then last question, and then we'll take a break.
Actually, thank you, Anthony, for your response. I wanted to hear everyone's point of view on the table about this. Like James, just from your own perspective about how the direction and some of the variables in which you see this, like in the framework which the relationship between the executive and the Congress working with this and the spillover effects long term in terms of geopolitical friction and all of that. And Dan as well, like just your own perspective on it.
I mean, broadly speaking, I'm not optimistic that Congress is going to get involved. I mean, there are lots of proposals that have been around for years to have Congress vote on regulations or be engaged in other ways, and those never pass. They're very partisan. So it's not clear how much involvement Congress even wants. I'm optimistic a regulatory budget will come back in some form, but I'm not that optimistic at our government's ability to control the costs that it's imposing on the public, which we now know are in the trillions annually. And it's starting to rival the national debt, frankly, the annual cost of regulation. So it's just yet another sign of the dysfunction of the United States government. We used to be a leader on regulatory reform, and other countries looked to us, and they tried to adopt our institutions. And now that's really not true anymore. And 1 and 2 out was a UK proposal. It was Canada did a version of 1 and 2 out before Trump. So now we're looking elsewhere for models of reform, and we're not leading in this area any longer. It's unfortunate.
Dan, you want to get the final word on the Q&A here?
Sure, yeah. I mean,
Can I say one word of optimism before Dan jumps? Dan can have the final word. But
How do you know if
I
it's
do think that the climate is changing on this because we are so far. In some cases, like if you take like environmental space, a lot of these statutes haven't been updated in 30, 40 years, and so you have just a tremendous amount of flexibility in the executive branch, a lot of discretion, and so that's why we use the tools of analysis to make rational choices, but I think it's increasingly why we need new tools and we need more robust tools to help exercise that discretion in even more rational ways going forward. I think that the case for a regulatory budget has always been sound, but I think that the further we get from organic statutes and significant revisions to organic statutes, the case for significant sort of structural legislative change on these issues grows and grows. And I think, like I said, I think there's a lot of support at the base for those kind of issues in the local level. So I'm sorry for interrupting you, Dan. Please take it away.
I'll be quick. I mean, what I would like to see is I'd like to see Congress take more ownership of the statutes that they write and give more direction to the agencies for what they're supposed to be doing, rather than giving agencies just broad bits of authority where they can spend billions upon billions of dollars in regulatory costs. I mean, if they're more constrained by Congress does a better job of oversight, I think that would help the problem.
So let me do 2 things. In a second, I will thank the panel, but I first want to just mention, you've heard references to the symposium on regulatory budgeting in which 2 of our 3 panelists submitted papers, and there were a number of other papers in that. I really commend it to people for just information, whatever your view is, whether you think it's terrific or horrible or in between. It was an unusual thing. It's the Harvard Journal of Law and Public Policy Symposium on Regulatory Budgeting. It's available online. And both James and Anthony have papers in there, as do a number of other authors. And if you're interested in this topic, I think I just commend it for your background reading, again, independent of your normative outlook. And with that, I want to thank all 3 of our panelists for your participation today and your thoughtfulness and your outstanding contributions. So thank you. Thank you. And with that, we're going to take a short break. I think, we said to 3:20. So we can make that, if you need a few extra minutes, we'll see who's here at 3:20, but it may be 3:25 that we pick up again with the next panel on the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, the Biden administration, and tools of regulatory reform. So thanks, everybody.
Hey, Boris, is it Berstein? Okay.
But I'm really not picky.
Okay.
So don't
I was given a very simple name, so I'm.
He'll storm off in a rage if you get it wrong.
Okay.
No, I'm
Great.
known
Well,
for
if we'll all take our seats and settle back in, we'll now begin our third session. This panel is dedicated to a subject that I guess the whole day has been a debate about. And Susan, I feel like you're going to want responses to about 3 things that were said throughout the course of the day so far.
Anthony, I thought, his fighting, he was ready.
But this session is on OIRA, the Biden administration, and the tools for regulatory reform. And as I alluded to at the outset of the afternoon sessions, we started planning this before the Biden administration made their big announcements. We didn't know that at the time, but we were very grateful to them for making it a much more interesting and timely conversation. Our 3 panelists today, they've already had 1 session together talking about these issues at GW. My guess is this is the second of probably a long series of conversations they'll have. By the end, they'll have rock and roll tour T-shirts with the back will say AEI, Brookings, GW. But we're very, very glad to be joined by all 3 of them. I'll just introduce them alphabetically. Boris Berstein was acting OIRA administrator from 2012 to 2013, and he was general counsel at OMB. He's a partner at Skadden, where he specializes in antitrust regulation and financial institutions, which I guess right now is one of the most lucrative practices you can have.
I will refer you to our compensation committee.
Thanks. We're also joined by Susan Dudley. She was OIRA administrator from 2007 to 2009, and she now directs the George Washington University Regulatory Studies Center at the Trachtenberg School of Public Policy and Public Administration. She's the past president of the Society of Benefit Cost Analysis. And our third speaker is Paul Ray. He too was an OIRA administrator from first for a year as acting administrator, and then from 2020 to 2021 under President Trump. He was also a counselor to the Secretary of Labor. He clerked for Justice Alito, and he's now director of the Heritage Foundation's Thomas Rowe Institute for Economic Policy Studies. So on President Biden's first day in office, he issued his memorandum on modernizing regulatory review, which signaled some significant reforms to the way the White House oversees administrative agencies in terms of some of the things they take into consideration, and also just the basic posture of OIRA, not just necessarily a brake on agencies, but in some cases more of a gas pedal, urging them to be more proactive in their approach to their responsibilities. Well, for about a year and a half, I guess 2 years, we were wondering what would come of this in terms of further executive orders, and in April we found out. On April 6th, the President issued Executive Order 14094 under once again the title Modernizing Regulatory Review. And along with that executive order, we saw a memorandum from OMB implementing the EO, some draft revisions to Circular A4 and Circular A94, which Susan has promised to explain so that I don't have to, because I'd get it all wrong, and draft guidance implementing OIRA's meeting provisions. So there's a lot to consider in terms of really technical aspects of OIRA's work and the agency's work, but also big picture considerations of how OIRA interfaces with the public, how it interfaces with agencies, and in general, the role of White House oversight in the administrative process. So we're very, very grateful to all 3 of you for joining us. And maybe, Susan, I'll just start with a big picture question. Could you just explain what's happening? Give just an overview of what the latest documents out of the White House mean.
Okay, so I'll go through those documents that you
Please
just
do.
talked about. So first, Executive Order 14094, which is going to start rolling off our tongues, just like 12866 and 137771 soon. First of all, it reaffirmed and supplemented previous executive orders, 12866, which has been around since 1993. So, and I'm not going to make too much commentary, except that one I just do want to say that's important. And even though every president since President Clinton who issued that has reaffirmed it, it was not clear that that would be the case in this administration, because the more progressive wing of the president's party really would like to have seen the executive order rescinded and OIRA's role dramatically changed. So I think it's important, and I think, so we have an administrator, Ricky Rivez, who took office in January. He was confirmed at the end of December. I think he also reflects the idea that there's some continuity here. But it did do several important things. One is it actually amended the executive order, which other presidents haven't done. It was done once before, and that was rescinded immediately on the next presidency. It does it in two ways. It reduces the number of regulations that OIRA reviews, and the last panel alluded to that there will be fewer significant regulations that are the definition of rules that come under OIRA review, because the administrator of OIRA has to sign off on those reviews, where it had been a career staff function. The other is the definition of economically significant, which requires more rigorous analysis. The threshold has gone from 100 million to 200 million. So that combination of things will reduce the number of regulations that go through the interagency review, and I think it remains to be seen by how much. The second part is, you mentioned this, Adam, more proactive engagement, especially with communities that have historically been underrepresented. And there's two parts to that. One is that the agencies themselves, when developing regulations, should be engaging with a broader range of the public. But the other is that OIRA in its meetings should reach out to communities that have not typically requested and attended those meetings. At the same time that OIRA is encouraged, that the order encourages OIRA to find ways to make more efficient, I think was the language, those meetings with people who, or groups that have typically requested. And then the third is to revise the Circular A4, which are the regulatory analysis guidelines. James mentioned that they're from 2003, so they're 20 years old. And the deadline for revising those is a year from the order, so April 6, 2024. And it's open now for public comment. So I'm just going to dive a little deeper into A4. It's 91 pages, which is almost twice the length of the 2003 version. Plus, there's a 34-page preamble, which I encourage you, if you're interested in this, to read the preamble as well as the draft circular. And I'm just going to rattle off a few things. One is the scope of regulatory analysis, especially when it comes to climate issues. It recommends an international scope, whereas the previous one said, understand domestic impacts, and if you need to, look at international separately. There's a much broader range of justifications for why an agency would regulate in the first place. So there's less faith in market forces and a presumption that regulators can intervene in markets in ways that are quite different than I think the executive order implies and subsequent presidents have interpreted. A focus on distribution, who bears the costs and who bears the benefits, and there's long been a recognition that we need to do that better. So I think that is important, and being able to do it in a transparent way. A concern that I have is one of the ways in this revised guidance is to put weights in the benefit cost analysis itself. And I think that reduces the transparency I think you're burying subjective judgments in what should be the objective, positive rather than normative, descriptive rather than prescriptive. Discount rates, people have been talking a lot about the discount rate. The previous guidelines said 3% and 7%. This one says 1.7% for everything. So overall, on the circular, and Andy Wheeler said this morning, it seems to be, it's moving away from efficiency as a focus for what the analysis is supposed to do, and taking more of a normative stance. And there's also less deference, as I mentioned, to individual choice, to market forces, but also to state governments, state and local governments. You mentioned Circular A94, which is another nerdy circular that's been around for a long time. That talks about doing analysis of on-budget programs. So it's kind of the parallel to A4 that's focused on regulatory projects. A94 is on government investments. And then the discount rate is there as well. I have not focused on that as much. And then you also mentioned the guidance on public meetings. And I guess I talked about that when I was talking about the order, so I won't go further. But that also, it's draft guidance, and OIRA is looking for comments on that as well. So all of these, A94, A4, and draft on how they'll take meetings, comments on all of those are due by June 6th. So when we're not here talking, that's what we're doing.
Thanks. Thanks, Susan. Boris, Paul, anything you want to add to this, just either in the particulars of these latest documents from the administration, or just big picture about the trajectory of reform? We'll drill down on things, but maybe just to get started. Boris?
Sure. Let me just touch on a few things.
Sure.
And I'll try to just pivot off of Susan's comments. I mean, Susan mentioned that there will be fewer regulations reviewed, and that's for two reasons. There's a change in the threshold, and then there is a sort of a soft significance criterion on which the OIRA administrator would have to sign off personally. I think as to the first, it's hard to dispute that raising the threshold will sweep in more. Even a lawyer can do that math, but it is. But that I just hasten to add is a function of updating a threshold that hasn't been tracked for just inflationary forces. And I think even lawyer economics will tell you that's probably a somewhat embarrassing thing for OIRA not to have done, is not to update the threshold, as the value of what $100 million means changes. As to the second, the individual sign-off of the administrator, I think whether that ends up sweeping in fewer regulations or more regulations is, I guess, what they call an empirical question. So we can probably gather here in a year or two to see what the results are. I mean, the one thing that I just want to mention is that I would be very surprised if the effect of this change is to in some way cut the OIRA staff out of the process. Administrator Revez is an extremely diligent person, but I can't imagine that stacks of unreviewed and uncommented on rules will be placed on his desk to render his opinion on the significance of the legal question. I think in practice, he will receive recommendations from staff, and I think just as this criterion has just by tradition been applied to staff, I suspect there will be a lot of accuracy and deference to their judgment, but I think there is something to be said about the administrator, the policy official, taking ownership of decisions that are supposed to reflect the priorities of the president. I think we might get more into Circular A4. I think probably the one thing I want to say is that the circular is out for comment, and people with views should comment. It's also I think there's going to be an effort to have it peer reviewed by qualified individuals, and I think we should judge the product by the end product, and we all look forward to discussing that when that happens. Just maybe two very brief comments on the issues there. Just as Susan said, distributional effects are not a new question. It is an analytical challenge that's been raised in a number of administrations. And I think the challenge has been arming agencies with tools to have rigorous and consistent analysis of distributional effects. And I think that is what OIRA is seeking to accomplish here in large part. And then the discount rates, of course, are changing, and that is a significant change. But it's a change, at least to my rudimentary understanding, that involves updating the data set that was used to calculate discount rates, for the current environment. And whether that was done, to the requisite degree of rigor, I think we'll see in comments and especially in peer review.
Paul, any big picture thoughts on this to start?
Yeah, sure. So I'll start by, since Susan and Boris have already touched on the revisions to 3F4, I'll talk about that a bit. So as many Americans do, I carry around with me the language of old 3F4, which stated that OIRA would review an action that, quote, may raise novel legal or policy issues arising out of legal mandates, the president's priorities, or the principles of the executive order of 12866. Among the virtues of that formula is that there wasn't a lot of room for discretion. There was some at the edges, right? What does it mean to be novel? You could argue about that, I suppose. But typically speaking, if there's a fight or even a serious discussion in the White House about whether a certain regulation should go forward, well, that's probably raising novel legal or policy issues, right? Within the purpose of the standard. And so the effect of the standard, which was both broad and relatively definite, was that there was an expectation of review by the agencies, right? The agencies, if they were working on a regulation that they kind of thought was kind of important, had an expectation that OIRA would review it. Now, the new language gives the administrator authority to bring a regulation in for review if review would, quote, meaningfully further the goals of the order or the president's priorities. Now, it's quite debatable whether review would meaningfully further either the president's priorities or the purposes of the order. We could talk about that all day, and I fully expect Administrator Reves to have to talk about it all day, because the agencies now will be able to envision that an order they're working on might not have to go through review. It won't be evident that it will have to, and the prospect that they may not have to face review will incentivize them to try to fight review. And there's no contentful standard to which Administrator Reves can point the agencies, and so they may well try to make it a matter of well, frankly, of political might, and that would be bad for everyone involved, and especially for the OIRA review process. So I am concerned about the amendments to 3F4. We can talk more about that if folks want to. I'll talk briefly about one feature of 14094 that's not been mentioned yet, and then one notable absence from the order. A notable provision of the order is Section 2B. We haven't talked about it yet. It requires the agencies to do some work around citizen petitions for rulemaking under 5 U.S.C. 553E. Some of you may be familiar with this provision. And if you are, I salute you. Most people are not, because in candor, it hasn't been a very consequential provision in American administrative law and process up till now. Citizen petitions for rulemaking, and of course, a citizen can petition to enact a new rule or rescind a rule. Citizen petitions have tended to languish, sometimes for years. The courts review agency decisions not to act on a petition under a highly deferential standard. Very, very unusual, not unheard of, witness Mass v. EPA, but highly unusual for the agencies to disagree with, for the courts to disagree with the agency's refusal to initiate rulemaking in response to a citizen petition. 2B doesn't change the way petitions are dealt with right now, but it does call on the agencies to adopt, and OIRA to supervise the adoption of standards dealing with citizen petitions, which, among other effects, will require the disposition of orders of petitions in a timely manner. If 2B is sensibly and rigorously implemented, citizen petitions for rulemaking could become an effective way to galvanize retrospective review of rulemakings, and that would be a real step in the right direction. Congress, in the Reg Flex Act, and the Obama administration, in one of its executive orders, have tried to incentivize retrospective review of regulations, not to great effect, in my judgment. So perhaps the ability of citizens to petition, to identify regulations that are no longer effective or needed, and petition for their rescission can motivate retrospective review. A notable absence from EO 14094 is anything about OIRA playing a proactive role with respect to prompting new regulations. Some of you may recall the Modernizing Reg Review memo issued on the first day of the administration contemplated a more proactive review, or a proactive role for OIRA, that OIRA might go out, identify regulations, and suggest, or possible regulatory initiatives, and suggest those to the agencies. OIRA is not really suited to do that frequently. There is a prompt letter process, and OIRA uses it sometimes in one-off scenarios, but OIRA is not well suited to be an originator of many new regulatory initiatives, among other reasons because one of OIRA's principal benefits is that it provides a set of fresh eyes on a regulation. You'll not be surprised to learn that agencies can succumb to groupthink when they're crafting a new regulation. It's very helpful to have an agency that has not participated in the rulemaking up until the point of review to provide a new set of perspectives. So I've been skeptical of a more proactive role for OIRA, and I'm glad to see that the order omits doubling down on that provision of the memo.
Can we take a step back from these particular reforms? And I'd be curious to hear everybody's just general sense of what is OIRA's proper and best role in administration. I mean, in some ways, OIRA is it's now a very well-established institution. It's 40 plus years old. The big scheme of things, that is pretty young in our government. From the very beginning, when President Reagan first instituted OIRA in its modern form, the executive order alluded to things like federalism and so on, and so it's not always been limited strictly to quantitative factors. But I'm just, in the biggest picture, how should we think about OIRA's role in administration today? Boris, we'll start with you.
Sure. So, my perspective on OIRA is a little, maybe a little bit different from others because it's sort of tainted by my background as somebody who was designated as the acting administrator while being general counsel of OMB. Mm-hmm. So I have a very OMB writ large perspective on it. Being designated acting OIRA administrator 3 months before a re-election is not generally considered a favor, and so I mean, I think to me the salient features of OIRA, which is that a lot of what it does is convene other knowledgeable interests across the executive branch, and that it is almost perennially controversial in the sense that it is not winning any popularity contests among executive agencies. I mean, that is true of almost every other OMB function. So I think, why does OIRA exist? I think it exists just like OMB exists, just like the old Bureau of the Budget existed, because it helps the president efficiently perform the managerial functions of the presidency. That is, to communicate in some clear and effective way the president's priorities to the ever-growing executive branch family. So that would be my sort of short spiel about why OIRA is there. Well, yeah.
I think that's an excellent spiel. I mean, I think that's an excellent perspective. That's a very valuable perspective that's sometimes missed. And related to that, OIRA does perform a similar function to the budget examiners and the legislative staff, and that is, and this gets to what Paul was saying, it's to kind of push back on agencies. They've got that broad cross-cutting perspective, and every agency, they want more budget, they want more legislative authority, they want more regulations, and all of the different parts of OMB, their role is to take a look at the bigger picture and realize that the tunnel vision that is naturally in the agencies, there may be, better ways of handling it. So I like to think of OIRA as wearing several hats. And since we're on a dog and pony show, these guys have heard my hats before. But one of them is what President Obama called a dispassionate and analytical second opinion. And that is looking at the economic analysis. Paul mentioned it's reviewing the regulations after they've been proposed and the analysis that supports them. So, and that's what A4 is related to. Another one is what Boris just mentioned, which is convening across the government so that when a regulation comes under review, OIRA makes sure that other agencies that might have an interest or concerns about that are part of it, and so they bring together those. And then the third is that they are part of the White House. So the OIRA staff is a career staff, but they were part of the executive office of the president, and they provide that institutional knowledge that when political policy officials come into the West Wing, they don't have that background, and so they provide both that analytical lens, but also that institutional knowledge. And I'm going to go back to Andy Wheeler because he said he called them like the umpire, calling the balls and strikes. And that's something that, as Boris said, presidents need that. They need somebody that's part of the executive office that is providing them that information.
So I'll just incorporate by reference Susan and Boris's remarks in response to this question. I don't really have anything to add about what OIRA's mission and function are. I suppose I'll say a bit about what they're not, because every couple of years, someone within the Beltway sort of shrieks "Eureka!" We would be so much better off if OIRA would just propose some new mission for OIRA. So I want to talk about, or some other change to OIRA. So I want to talk about three things that are not true of OIRA. OIRA is not suited to be an innovator, and this is really what I talked about before. So I'm glad to see the proactive role for OIRA dropped in between the modernizing memo and the modernizing order. I won't go into that again. Sometimes people suggest that that OIRA could serve as a kind of a check on the president's ability to change the policies of his predecessor. And I think the problem of what you might call regulatory whiplash, moving from administration to administration, is a very real one and important to grapple with. But the way to grapple with it is certainly not through OIRA. Sometimes people have an idea that if we persuaded Congress to codify OIRA review, that OIRA could serve as a suitable check on this and other maladies of presidential administration. I think it's not a good idea. It wouldn't, regardless of what we might think about codification of OIRA review, it wouldn't serve the purpose that I'm discussing right now. OIRA review is effective because the agencies know the president wants them to go through it. You can contrast the effectiveness of OIRA review with the effectiveness of the Reg Flex Act, which has not been very effective, and it's because the agencies view it as a box-checking exercise. They do not view OIRA review as a box-checking exercise. They view it as something that they have to comply with substantively, not just pro formally. And if Congress were to try to set up OIRA as a check on the president, OIRA review would become a pro forma exercise for the agencies. And the other thing that OIRA is not is a roadblock. And this is an assertion made by folks on the left and on the right at times. Typically, on the left, it's motivated by concerns that OIRA is getting in the way of the agency's execution of their statutory missions. On the right, it's more motivated by unitary executive concerns. The thought seems to be that OIRA is a kind of bureaucracy within the White House thwarting the president's will. Neither of those is right. OIRA review, at the end of the day, does not make decisions for what the agencies can do. It requires the agencies to abide by a standard of rigor in their analysis, but the final decision remains with political leadership, with the president, and then of course, with regard to statutory compliance, with the courts. So it's wrong to think that OIRA is forcing different substantive outcomes than either Congress intended in statutory law or than the president seeks. It is of course true that OIRA review can make things take a little bit longer, but to folks who complain about that, I always like to say, well, the easy way to fix that is to double the OIRA staff. OIRA staff is certainly overworked. For a rounding error with respect to a single consequential rule, you could double OIRA staff and cut review times in half. So that seems to be the obvious solution there.
Now, a lot of attention's been paid already in discussions around the new reforms about the executive orders focused on distributive impacts and equity. Before we dive into that specifically, maybe just a broader question. Paul, you mentioned in your first remarks about how the more you add in sort of vague, non-quantitative thresholds, it does raise questions about when is OIRA actually going to play a role or not. But sometimes you can have non-vague, non-quantitative thresholds, right? Again, the Reagan administration's EO focused somewhat on federalism. You could see any other number of considerations brought in. And I'm curious for your sense of how non-quantitative considerations ought to play into OIRA analysis. And just to set the stage for that quickly, there's a new biography out about Justice Scalia, about his pre-Supreme Court years. And it talks about his time at AEI, and AEI loves when I bring up that Antonin Scalia was a fellow here, so there I've done it. And he actually, in his AEI years, he had a few words of caution about the then new executive orders focused on cost-benefit analysis. He warned that legislative rulemaking necessarily involves a lot of value judgments. He even had an event here at AEI where he really kind of raked Jim Miller over the coals a little bit on the focus on cost-benefit analysis. So he was worried at the outset that the more that the White House framed regulatory decisions in cost-benefit analysis, the more that it would sort of put blinders to all the other considerations that inform the rulemaking process. You could look at what the Biden administration is doing now with its focus on equity and distributive impacts and say we're taking Scalia at his word. We're broadening the considerations beyond that. I don't know if Scalia would agree, but they're not the first. The OIRA's current critics and now its current supporters are not the first to say we ought to broaden the range of OIRA consideration. What do you think is the right balance to strike between just core cost-benefit analysis and broader considerations?
Yeah, no, it's an important question. So I'd say certainly non-quantifiable factors should play an important role in deciding whether to proceed with the regulation. And so they should play an important role in OIRA review. OIRA can play an important role in requiring agencies to identify the different non-quantifiable factors that are in play. At the same time, it's very important to try to quantify where we can, right? And that won't be everywhere. It's not uncommon. I was reviewing RIA last night for agencies to compare things that ought to be commensurable, but because they've not been quantified, they can't be commensurated, right? Mm-hmm. There are some things that can't be commensurated, right? Dollars versus justice, for instance, right? You can't. Well, that's not a kind of calculus you can make. But where it's possible to compare things, we ought to try to compare them to make sure we are acting sensibly. And so I'd say OIRA ought and typically does press for quantification where it's sensible, and it ought to be perfectly comfortable requiring the agencies to spell out who will be advantaged or disadvantaged by particular regulations with respect to non-quantifiable desiderata or other factors.
Susan, as not just former OIRA administrator, but past president of the Society for Benefit Cost Analysis, you're probably partial, I gather you're partial to benefit cost analysis. What about the broader concerns?
Yeah, I am, but I also think that regulatory impact analysis and OIRA's role in the analysis part is more than just benefit cost analysis. So that is one element, but other elements are first identify the compelling public need, and that in part gets to the federalism. Is there a need for this to be done at the federal level versus at state or local levels? So that's a step before, and then considering various alternatives comes before, and only after that, after you've identified that, yeah, it needs to be the federal government, and here are several ways that the federal government might do things. And the Clinton Executive Order 12866 says they should think of alternatives, including the alternative of not regulating. And only then do you get into the try to quantify the benefits and the costs. But I think there's long been a recognition that it's both that there are unquantifiable benefits and costs, but also that there are other factors that might make a judgment call. So benefit cost analysis is about efficiency. What's the most efficient way to achieve this policy goal? But that may not be the goal of a particular policy. It may be distribution or other things. And let me also just add, and I think all of us would probably agree to this, there were times when the analysis drove the decision, and there were times when political or policy views drove the decision, and that none of us were bothered by that, even if we might have disagreed with a political decision, because we recognize that that obviously the elected president should be able to set the policy, and it doesn't have to be just based on this efficiency ground.
Yeah. Boris, both on the non-quantitative considerations, and maybe to bring it more narrowly to the Biden administration, do you want to start I'd love to hear your comments also on the distributive impacts and equity.
Sure. Let me actually start with some of Paul's comments about what OIRA is not, and then that'll lead me a little bit to this answer. I think there is this inexplicable perception that either that the OIRA administrator influences rulemakings either through some sort of personal ideology or some personal charisma or vague juice.
Or magic.
Yes. Anyone who thinks that has definitely not met me. I think OIRA's only currency, as best I can tell, is it is considered to be a White House agency that's in command of the facts and is a relatively dispassionate narrator of what the facts are about consequences of regulation. And then in the interagency dispute sense, OIRA is perceived as basically an honest broker that is basically trying to find what the right answer is, that's a road for resolving all the concerns, which are often legal concerns. So that's OIRA's currency. So how does that relate to the non-quantifiable effects question? I think quantification is an important tool of rational decision making, but it has limitations because decision makers tend to anchor on numbers in a way that's sometimes disproportionate to the substance behind those numbers. And I think adding non-quantifiable features can have two different effects. It can either seem to obfuscate what the real reasons are behind decision making, or it can actually help promote clarity. So for example, if we have a rule that has only quantified costs, but non-quantifiable benefits of, for example, preserving an endangered species, there's a certain degree of clarity to say that the decision made by this administration is to have society to incur certain costs, which are quantified for this non-quantifiable value. And that's a decision we made, and we made it with our eyes open. I think where as rigorous as possible, but not quantified analysis of certain effects actually helps clarify the process of decision making, it's unequivocally a good thing.
So I'll add one I agree with that. I'll add one thing, which is that quantification can assist in achieving non-quantifiable benefits, right? So to take an example, which is topical in light of the new draft A4, it can be very helpful to quantify what the benefits of a particular regulation would be in pursuance of what we take to be the prime goals of Congress, right? Regulations have all kinds of benefits and all kinds of costs. One exercise that I think is very helpful is to quantify the benefits in the categories of benefits that Congress was most interested in. The reason it can be helpful in breaking them down like that is because it can help us know, and when I say us, I mean the agency and Congress and the people, all the relevant stakeholders, if you will, to know to what extent the agency is executing congressional policy and to what extent the agency is off on a kind of mission of its own. The reason that can be helpful is people have views, reasonably have strong views about the extent to which agencies ought to be free to implement their own policies versus executing congressional policies. Those views will almost always not be driven by anything that can be quantified, right? The desire to have agencies implement congressional policy is driven by concerns about democratic accountability and self-governance that are not susceptible of quantification. But quantification can help ensure that those concerns are taken seriously.
Could we get more specific about the distributive impacts and equity? I'm just very curious to see what's that actually going to mean in practice. Anybody, Susan?
Part of what the A4, the draft guidelines say, is to lay out who's bearing the costs, who's receiving the benefits to the best that you can. And I think I would be surprised if there were people who didn't think that was valuable to do. Not that it's easy to do, but that to the extent that you can do that, that's important because we do care. We care about that. What worries me about the draft is that it doesn't require, but it does, it talks a lot about putting equity weights depending on who's receiving the benefits. And that, I think, takes us away from this transparent. You mentioned, Boris, that people, we tend to fixate on the numbers. You're fixating on a number, but you don't know what was in the black box that got to that number. So I think there are some things in the revised circular that are updating a 20-year-old document and that are updating it based on recent research. There are some things that really are not ready yet for prime time, and I think that's one of them.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
And I would 100% get behind Susan's view that that if weights are applied, they should not be a black box.
In the last panel, there was a lot of conversation about the long-time stability within OIRA, about the basic framework. Now we're seeing some significant changes, not just adding new parts to OIRA's job, but changing what was already there and downplaying some things. It might open the door to new instability going forward. As three former OIRA administrators, how do you think through that balance between OIRA changing and modernizing and reforming after presidential elections and the need for stability overall from one administration to the next? Paul?
Yeah, I'll take that. So it would be difficult to overemphasize the need for stability. OIRA review is purely a creature of executive decision, and that's one thing that makes it remarkable. It's not surprising when Congress creates a practice in a statute and then it lingers for a while. You kind of expect that to happen. But as I said earlier, one of the great keys of OIRA's success is that it is internal to the executive. It's not Congress imposing something from the outside, which would tend to make it a pro forma exercise. It's an internal executive practice. If it becomes the subject of extensive revision in each administration, I think what you'll see is you will find less and less buy-in from administrations as time goes by. in candor, one reason that presidents seem to abide by OIRA review is they think that it will encourage their successors, with whom they may disagree, to be honest in their analysis. If presidents believe that their successors will change the process so substantially that it won't encourage them to be honest, then I think presidents who view their successors as likely to do that are unlikely to abide by standards themselves.
Anybody else?
I want to distinguish between two concepts. There's changes in policy depending on administration, and then there's changes in what OIRA does and what the core principles of review are. I think the latter actually been quite stable, and I hearken to the comments that Susan began with. And I don't really see that changing. You can kind of see it on the stage. It's not that we travel together the way, I don't know, when I was in law school, Judge Reinhardt and Judge Kaczynski traveled from law school to law school being the kind of antagonists of each other. We could probably struggle to find stuff to disagree about, which makes me wonder why people continue to invite us to these panels. So I actually see a core of stability there. Now, policy has been changing dramatically from the administration to administration. But on that, sort of defer to the wisdom of American people. Presidential candidates lately have been running on overturning the agenda of their predecessor, and that's democracy.
Paul and I were chit-chatting beforehand, and there's a part of the Federalist 7172, where Hamilton says a new president will overturn his predecessor's things just because his predecessor did them, right? It's one of the oldest aspects of American government, and now we're seeing it more and faster, maybe. Susan?
So I have an article on the durability of OIRA that actually you should have some credit for, because it was at GMU, you had one of your conferences, and Adam said, we're doing a conference on reimagining OIRA. And I said, Adam, don't do that.
The look of horror on your face when I suggested it was
So I said, all right, yes, I'm going to write about it so that I can talk about the durability of OIRA. And I do think that it has been a remarkable durability over when you just think about the different presidents that it's gone through. I want to disagree a little bit with Paul when he said OIRA is not a cure for regulatory whiplash, not a check on the president. I agree with it's not a check on the president because it is part. But I think to a certain extent, OIRA does play a moderating role as part of the executive office of the president. They bring that historical knowledge and can say, well, this is what happened the last time somebody, this was tried. Or, and I'll just give it an example that I think Anthony and Paul will probably appreciate. So Anthony mentioned that Executive Order 13771, the regulatory budget executive order, didn't mention benefits, it just focused on costs. OIRA is implementing guidance on that, as Anthony said, made clear in the very first paragraph, we are still subject to Executive Order 12866, and each individual regulatory or deregulatory action will be judged based on that kind of analysis. And I think OIRA plays that kind of influence across administrations and contributes to that durability. I am concerned, I'm probably more concerned than Boris, that if the draft circular is published as drafted, I think it will be, the next Republican administration will want to change it right away. And and I am concerned about that. I think there are some things that push the edge of the envelope in a way that the economic science isn't there yet.
Is that paper out yet, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
That is? Okay. Oh, yes. That's the one that you workshopped at the...
Yes. Yeah, so it's Journal of Regulation and Governance, I think 2019 summit.
Susan, let you in on a secret. The best way to get the best people to write for these kinds of things is just frame the subject in the way that's going to give them the most heartburn, and they feel like they have to participate. Just one last question before we open up the floor. Anybody want to get out their crystal ball and predict what they think might happen next, either in how this plays out in the Biden administration and what might be further over the horizon with OIRA? We'll just start down at that end and work our way down.
Well, like any good lawyer, I'm going to fight the hypo here. I'll say what I hope I see in my crystal ball, of course, from the next Republican administration, which is extension of OIRA review to the independents. So many of the beneficial features of OIRA review that we've talked about on this panel would really improve rulemaking by the independent agencies. And I think we've seen, especially in this administration, that the subject matters with which the independent agencies have to do are absolutely intertwined with the subject matters with which core executive branch agencies have to do. Sometimes there's a sense that the independent commissions are sort of off on their little islands, regulating their own fiefdoms that are cut off from everybody else, so they don't need the benefit of the views of their colleagues. I think we see, for instance, in the SEC's action in the climate space, how independent commissions are very much active in the spaces that other agencies are. So that's what I hope see swirling in the mists there.
I'll just harken back to 1981 when the Reagan administration rolled out the EO 12291. Somebody asked, why didn't you extend it to independent agencies? And C. Boyd and Gray was sort of the spokesman for this, and he said, well, we're already taking on a lot with this new executive branch review, and these independent agencies, the financial regulators, they don't do that much. It's not that consequential, so we're not going to. And my guess is Boyden would say that times have changed. But Boris?
So I will be true to my word and agree with Paul. I think the independent agency problem is it's not an easy problem, but it is something that is well worth discussing. In the run-up to the 2016 election, there was an effort to convene all the past OIRA administrators who were willing to be convened, and they put out a set of recommendations, which I just saw online. They're still around, to both candidates, and they included taking some action on independent agencies. So that was a bipartisan group that I think Susan and I were both part of. I think as to A4, I don't know whether what Susan predicts will come to pass. It becoming something that shifts from administration to administration. I hope it doesn't, and I think the current administration is actually making an earnest effort not to make that the end result. And whether they succeed or not, I think time will tell. I think I will make my own kind of pitch for one other thing that I would like to see happen, which is definitely not a sign that it will happen, which is that I think when agencies promulgate rules, or at least economically significant rules, they ought to always have, as a necessary part of the rulemaking package, some sort of an approach to determining at some point in the future whether the anticipated costs and benefits have come to pass. It doesn't have to be a sunset, but it ought to be a methodology, or at least an analytical look back to which the agency is committed.
Well, it's fun to go last on this because I agree with everything. I mean, I think that's very important, the retrospective review, and to plan for it in the rulemaking. Independent agencies, I agree. A larger OIRA, I would say, and we heard some of that on the last panel. OIRA needs to be bigger. And I'll also agree with Boris. So at our event last week, Ricky Rivez, the current administrator, attended, and he spoke in response to my expression of concern that this is going to be a Democratic Circular A4, and the next administration will write a Republican Circular A4, and we'll just be going back and forth. He said his goal with this is for this A4 to be the right one, that is the evidence-based, based on the accepted economics and science, and that in that case, that any changes to that would be considered partisan. So I think that signals his sincerity in paying attention to comments that they get, and so I hope, like Boris, that the final version of this doesn't cause the whiplash.
I mean, I don't mean to be a pessimist, but I get I've given the distinct sense watching the last 2 years play out that there are a lot of people, especially in the Biden administration, who assume that what comes next is going to be the end of a 2-year conversation. And I just think what they've done is start the first 2 years of a 10 or 12-year conversation. Maybe you're right that they do think they'll do it right in a way that will be sustainable because people will want to rally around it. But I just have my doubts. And on that bright note, when we open the floor to questions, same as always, there's a microphone, so raise your hand and it'll find you. First question's in the back.
Thank you very much. I remember I didn't say my name the last time. My name is Samukai Sano. I'm a fellow at Mercatus. First year moving to my second year at Mercatus. I'm from Liberia originally, and I worked at the central bank for a little bit. So talking about being at Mercatus, Mercatus is in the business of bridging the gap, right? And I'm thinking, well, in bridging the gap, there are going to be costs, right? And that cost, whether you decide to use a marble or gold to build the bridge, there's going to be, the cost is going to be constant because there'll be some trade-off, whatever decision you choose to do. After you build the bridge, you bridge the gap, you expect some sort of interaction both ways, right? And so there'll be a second movement after you've bridged the gap where people from one side can communicate with the other people from the other side, or maybe even come to the other side for whatever reason will be subjective to them. Now, in that form, which brings me to the second aspect of the bridge. Yeah, the bridge is there. There we have like, we use an instrument like Aurora to build the bridge, well, because it doesn't matter what method you use or who is in power, right? Everyone is going to come with their own competitive tactics and stuff. In building the bridge, we have an instrument like Aurora that's now built the bridge between these two places. But how, thinking about other people from the other side, like on both sides of the aisle, interacting, the cost that is, there's another cost in accessing this bridge, right? So I'm just thinking, like, have we thought about that cost, and what are some variables, whether it is measurable or non-measurable variables that we'll consider in eliminating this cost for both sides of the aisle to interact with this bridge?
Maybe I'd phrase the question at sort of 2 levels of generality, right? One is, in the debates around OIRA, is there a way to, for people on the right and left to come together and really hash this out now? It's sort of an extension of your last point about Ricky Revesz. Is there a way in the debates around OIRA to sort of bring people together and actually have a sustainable structure? And then second, within OIRA itself, one thing we didn't touch on was the open door policy, right? The questions about how OIRA is going to bring people in for conversation. I'm curious for your sense of how that might continue to function under the new framework. Is that a place where people can be brought in for conversations, maybe not necessarily meet in the middle, but feel like they have a place to participate one last time in a process before the administration moves forward, and maybe that'll decrease some of the costs of people continuing to oppose a rule after it gets out of OIRA. If anybody wants to tackle either of those.
I'll take the first one. So as the scope of executive, and in particular of presidential power, has become clearer, our presidential elections and then regulatory strategies that flow from them have become more and more winner take all, right? It becomes harder to have those across the aisle discussions and to arrive at norms that both sides can abide by as the consequences come to seem more and more existential. So I think one of the great impediments to having those kinds of conversations is precisely that I think you would say that at least since the Clinton administration, each new administration has discovered a new set of powers that it can add on top of the powers of the last president, that it can use in important ways, in a kind of regulatory entrepreneurship to pursue its major, especially its major domestic priorities. And as long as that cycle continues, I think you're going to find bipartisan norms are harder and harder to stick to.
Yeah. Susan, either on the debates around OIRA or the debates within OIRA?
I guess I still think that OIRA, part of its durability is related to what Boris was talking about, that between it is widely accepted that that is an important role, and that the type of analysis that's required, not by OIRA, but by presidents, is important at informing decisions. It does not determine the decisions. So, I mean, that's why we see policies change a lot. But I think that is something that has kind of reduced the cost. Although, I mean, what Paul just said, I think, is very insightful about the winner-take-all situation.
I'll say maybe 3 quick things.
Sure, please.
I mean, I think the durability of OIRA is particularly impressive because of the mystification of OIRA. Like, it's almost like a rite of passage for the former administrator to write a thing about, like, let me tell you what OIRA is not, just what Paul just did, right? Like, secretaries of commerce don't write things saying, let me tell you what the Department of Commerce does. It's not what you think, you know. It's really remarkable to me that OIRA is like the only component of the executive office of the president who constantly has to renew its lease on life, because it's constantly torn between extraordinary skepticism from some folks and completely outlandish expectations of other folks. It's just truly fascinating. So that's my first thing. The second thing on meetings, I think I'm very supportive of what the current administration is doing to make meetings more inclusive. I think one of the most important things to tell both unrepresented and, frankly, very well-represented constituencies is what are the meetings useful for to OIRA. And I can tell, I have had an experience as the acting administrator of coming to a meeting with possibly the most sophisticated possible audience, CEOs of major American corporations. And this was at the time when, during the regulatory look-back period, and I was in a complete earnestness asking these folks, I mean, you deal with government all the time, what do you think we should be looking back at? And I got a bunch of stuff that was done by independent agencies because they haven't really been fully briefed about what OIRA does. And I said, you know, I can write a fan letter to the SEC, but I can't really do anything about that. And I really, really struggle to make these meetings useful, and I think we should really do more to tell the public how to do that. And then, you know, the final thing I'll say, which is just a personal reaction to winner take all, and it won't surprise you at all in light of other things I've said today. But for me, one of the great professional privileges of such careers I've had is to be part of this bipartisan cohort of OIRA administrators. I think in this very polarized time, it's a pretty unusual relationship we have. If Susan or Paul call me and say, you know, can you come down to DC and teach this class or be on this panel, I've never said no once, and I don't think I ever will.
You know, I know presidents leave a letter in a desk drawer to their successor. I think the press secretary leaves a bulletproof vest. You guys have like a thing you leave behind. It's like a calculator or something. Oh,
yes. Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah. Any other questions? We'll go in the back and then in the middle. Can you get the microphone to Jamie Conrad back there?
Since Boris mentioned meetings, Sally Katzen's not here, but whenever she is in a setting where anybody asks about meetings. She says, by God, when I did it, I went to every single one myself. And I did go to, the first one I ever went to was one that she presided over, and there was an enormous cattle call of people. And she asked questions the entire time, and it took an hour, and it was highly productive. Since then, I spent a lot more time in these 30-minute meetings with staff where nothing happens, and you talk one way, and it's not productive. And a lot of the discussion in this memo, the draft memo on how to do the meetings, that says, can we try to get people to meet together? And maybe we'll even prioritize people if they agree to meet in groups, as opposed to everybody getting their own little personal meeting. What about an approach that says, if you're willing to get grouped in with other people who have a similar interest with you, you'll get the administrator for an hour? I think that actually might solve a lot of problems.
Anybody?
So I wouldn't assume that nothing's been happening in those meetings. So the OIRA staff will not interact except to say, we're from OIRA. But nevertheless, some of the meetings are helpful. If the presenter in the meeting draws attention, say, to comments or data in the record that, because of a voluminous record, OIRA staff weren't aware of before, that can be an immensely valuable contribution. And there are other things that can be similarly useful. But I take the point. I'm sure they're not as useful as if the administrator attended and there was a kind of colloquy. I've never asked Sally this, but I think the meetings must have been much fewer.
Yes.
That's
it. They
yes.
weren't posted on the web. So that was a big change in 2001, is that OIRA started posting them. And then every lawyer worth his salt needs to schedule a meeting.
It's practically malpractice not to, right?
Yes, that's right. Sally called it. It would be
Yes.
legal malpractice not. And so there are way too many meetings. So I am also sympathetic to this administration's effort to maybe to make them more efficient. But I also will agree with Paul that just because OIRA sits silently and listens doesn't mean that after you've left, they don't start talking with the agency and talking with each other about points that you've made.
So next we'll do, we'll stay there, and then Jeremy Rosansky, last question.
Hi, Kevin Bromberg again. So I have two observations about the EO meetings, and I've been to many of them as an SBA interagency partner. So I made a lot of use out of those interagency meetings. When the OIRA desk officer deigned to invite the other agencies who are interested, those other agencies, they could ask questions. They don't have to sit like OIRA. And by the way, OIRA doesn't have to sit like that either. I've always thought that they were way too cautious, and when they're reviewing a document, they can ask a bunch of leading questions without revealing what's in front of them. So one solution to the EO meetings not being useful is charge the desk officer to invite the other interagency partners, and charge the agency officers with not sitting back, but asking the questions they really want to know the answers to, without revealing things that the agency would be embarrassed by. The second thing is, a lot of these meetings that are pre-proposal, we have no clue as to what the agency is doing. The agenda doesn't provide enough information. So Professors Carrigan and Shapiro have suggested that we have back-of-the-envelope analyses pre-proposal of the costs and benefits of the primary proposal and let's say two alternatives. If we had that information out on the street before the EO meeting, there'd be a lot better EO meetings. That's why they're not effective, because we don't know what to say.
Go ahead, Boris.
My reaction is, I'll see you and I'll raise you. I think all those are great ideas, and I said this last week when we were together. I think OIRA should ask questions, and not just at meetings, but they should post. I mean, where in the law does it say, or as they said where does it say that OIRA can't actually let people know what they want to know? I mean, that would actually make these meetings useful. And I completely agree with you that people hosting these meetings should come out of their shadow and should engage with with the people who come to the meetings, 100%.
You know, I think the most economical way to solve the meeting problem would be give every law firm and trade group a budget of how much time they could take from OIRA, and then they can spend it how they want. That's right, tradable credits. It's like cap and trade with the OIRA administrator's time. Last question, really quick, is Jeremy Rosansky in the middle?
Jeremy Rosansky, law firm Sidley Austin. We talked a bit about the distributional aspects of Circular A4, but it's a 91-page document, or the proposed Circular A4, I should say. I'd be interested to hear from each of you one or two sort of under the radar changes that may have profound impacts from this new proposal.
Yeah.
So I think discounting is not under the radar, but I think that is huge. Maybe under the radar is the changes in the federalism notion about what is the role for states, because there's a lot of language in the new draft that that says, well, states may, there may be good reasons for listening to the states, but even if you listen to them, the federal government may be right and the states may be wrong. So if they don't do what you think they should do, then there's a role for the federal government. It's quite a different stance than that states should be the natural experiment.
Susan, just like an amateur's question here. We're talking about lowering the discount rates at the same time where actual cost of capital rates and interest rates are now going up and might stay up from where they were the last couple of decades. Is there going to be any interaction between those two things, a rise in interest rates and a lowering of discount rates? Is that an argument to maybe not lower the discount rates as much as the administration might originally have thought it would?
Well, without getting too technical, the discount rates in this are inflation adjusted, so the inflation part wouldn't be covered. But Boris mentioned that the 1.7% was using the same calculations but just updated. The difference is the period that they're updated to, the last 20, 30 years, was very unusual. Fed behavior was very unusual. We even had years of negative discount rates. And so using that average is very unlikely to be reflect the next 30 years.
Thanks, Susan. And real quick, Boris and Paul, the most underrated or underappreciated part of the reforms?
I'll say nothing will be more consequential than the discount rates.
Yes, certainly discount rates are very consequential. One additional change that could be very consequential is the elimination of the term ancillary benefits. So I talked earlier about how important it is to determine which of the benefits that a regulation is or could achieve are within the category of benefits that were of most interest to Congress, the reasons for the program that Congress has created. The current A4 directs agencies to identify those benefits separately from what it calls ancillary benefits, or other kinds of benefits that were not on Congress's radar, but nevertheless the regulation would achieve. The current draft of A4 would eliminate the distinction. At our panel last week, we talked about this issue, and Ricky Rivez seemed to say that he also agreed that the distinction remained relevant. So it may be a terminological dispute. They may just eliminate the word ancillary, but then continue to identify which benefits are at the core of congressional concern and which are not. But in any event, certainly they should continue to draw the distinction in one way or another. It's a very important one.
Yeah, if we had another 15 minutes, I would have wanted to delve into that and also the international scope. That's going to be a big source of debate. But we're already past our time, so please join me in thanking our panelists. And please stay close to your seats because we'll be starting the next session in, what is it, Sophie? 5 minutes.
We're having the closing conversation with Senator James Lankford of Oklahoma. Senator, we're very privileged and honored to have you here. I think folks have probably read this ahead of time, so I'm going to keep it shorter just so we can get to the content. But most folks probably or hopefully know that Senator Lankford has been in the Congress since 2010 and in the Senate since 2014. He's among his numerous assignments, actually, is he's the ranking member of the of the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Subcommittee on Government Operations. That makes him hugely significant in the regulatory space, as I think folks know, and he's been one of the most respected and insightful leaders on the issues involving regulation and administrative law and the agencies. And so we're extremely appreciative to get the benefit of a conversation with him today. And apropos of something I said earlier today, the symposium on regulatory budgeting, Senator Lankford was actually a contributor to that symposium with a paper titled "For a Regulatory Budget, Successful Policies Should Be Made Permanent." So I commend that for your reading enjoyment as well. And
it's good to read late at night when you're having a hard time getting to sleep. Yeah.
And I can say from my own time in government what a pleasure it was to see the leadership of Senator Lankford on just a wide range of issues, and I've certainly followed his involvement with the regulatory issues. So Senator, thanks for joining us, and with your okay, I'll just jump right into it.
Jump in. Everyone is always eager to talk about regulatory issues, so
you know,
I don't want to keep anyone waiting.
That's kind of been my experience too. It's amazing how often on the sidewalk someone will accost me and say,
Stop and say, let's talk about 12866.
Yeah.
Happens to me all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. So, but I thought what I might start with is the issue of regulation is often thought of about the benefits and the costs. Right. But the costs are one of the big parts of things that people worry about in a system that, you know, the Code of Federal Regulations is 236 volumes these days and growing. So I don't mean to ignore the benefit issues. There's just those can be discussed in other contexts. From your vantage point, how big an issue or how much of a problem are regulatory costs?
Well, by the way, hey, thanks for engaging on this. A lot of people are ignoring the basic issue of regulatory issues. So for all of you that are staying engaged, keep going, because we need to continue to be able to have this conversation. But there are estimates out there as high as $4 trillion in cost to our economy in the regulatory state. We can argue about the nuts and bolts of what that number is. What it really looks like is, in any business that's investing capital in any type, the uncertainty causes them to slow down. There's no question about that. When administration changes and administration just talks about doing something different, businesses slow down or stop and say, we're going to hold on our investment. We're not going to expand in that new building. We're not going to hire new people because we got to see what this new regulation is going to be. When the regulation comes out, there's this perception that, okay, that's going to get fought in court, and so it slows everything down all over again. That affects our economy. That affects especially large capital investments in ways that you really can't account for. So there's the dollar amount that everyone argues about, but it's the reality of what actually happens in our ongoing economy that needs to be addressed. And if we're going to ever get on top of it, you've got to have predictability in the regulatory state.
So on that score, I looked in the current Congress, in the Senate at least, with regard to the Congressional Review Act. There have been 5 resolutions that I saw have passed the Senate to date.
Right.
And 2 of which got to the president's desk and were vetoed: the Waters of the United States and the Labor Department fiduciary duty with regard to non-economic or ESG kind of factors. The president vetoed those. There's also a couple of others that have passed the Senate, but not yet the House: solar panel tariffs and EPA heavy-duty vehicle standards. And I guess there's one that's on its way to the president, or maybe has got there and hasn't.
There's several more coming.
So that was going to be my question: is how much interest do you think there is in the Senate, at least, for using the Congressional Review Act as a tool for dealing with regulation?
It is a tool to speak into an issue, but it's a very difficult tool to be able to undo an issue. Interesting little worthless factoid of trivia I can give you on this one. My predecessor, 2 senators back, was Senator Don Nichols from Oklahoma. He was actually the one that pushed through the Congressional Review Act. The final version of that was a compromise, and it runs like a compromise. It allows presidential veto. It slows the process down somewhat, and has been most effective with a change of presidencies and a change of parties. That's when we've seen it, going back to the ergonomics rule that Bill Clinton put in the final days and that switch. So it's sometimes effective to be able to be used, to be able to undo it, but it's often effective in saying, hey, the American people don't like this. And when people see something that happens in they don't like, they want to know that someone's speaking to this, or they'll ask me, hey, why did you vote for that? And I'll say, actually, I didn't vote for that. An agency created that. And their next question is, well, how do they do that? Why do they have the authority to be able to do that? I don't like whatever this is. Congressional Review Act is a way for Congress to speak out and say, not it. This was not us. This was down the street at the White House is where this actually occurred, so take it up with them. So in a messaging way, it's effective in messaging. It's not been all that effective in actually pulling out from the roots bad regulations. It's been useful a few times, but it's hard to be able to get that through because obviously the White House that actually created the regulation is going to clearly veto every time and say, no, we love this new reg.
So notwithstanding that, you think we will see more
Yes.
resolutions?
I think there'll still be more resolutions. Obviously, it takes a couple of years. I mean, this group knows well, it takes a while to be able to get a regulation in place. So as more regulations come, you'll continue to be able to see those challenges and different issues, whether it be endangered species. We have several of those that are coming out and some changes and actions on that, or whether it be other regulations on it.
So you alluded to something that I think is an important issue that people ask me about all the time, which is, how is it that the executive branch gets to make so many laws? And I think I haven't looked at the most current numbers, but for a long time, Congress was passing something on the order of 200 laws a year, although some of those were post office renamings or whatever. But executive branch agencies were passing 3,000 or 4,000 rules a year. Yeah. And even if we limited it to, quote, significant ones, it's several hundred, many more than what Congress was doing. What are your thoughts about this disparity where the agencies are making more laws than Congress?
Yeah, the American people feel it. As funny as it sounds, when I'll have a group of students that'll come to the Capitol to be able to visit, we'll often sit on the east steps of the Capitol at the base there, and I'll kind of point out the different aspects in the Capitol as they're looking around. They can see the Supreme Court and the Library of Congress from there, and I'll talk them through. I'll say, this is the original part of the Capitol, this little rectangle right here that you can still kind of see from the outside of the building. I'll say, in that rectangle in 1800 was the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court, and the Library of Congress was all right here on the most prominent hill in the entire city. Way down the street in the residential area was the executive mansion, because it really didn't need to be here while the action was happening, because all they really did was choose postmasters in different areas and sign bills every once in a while and met with foreign dignitaries. So they were way on the other side of town. They weren't relevant. Now, everyone thinks about coming to Washington and they think about all the different agencies and what they do and think of how different things are from 1800 when we moved into the district until now and how significant that is. The context of that and what that actually means day to day is when people want to know, how do I move something, they're going to an agency to say, can you reinterpret an old rule to be able to get something done? Part of it is the American people want something done. There's a problem, so somebody needs to do something. And the administration says, we'll do that. So let me go find some rule that's out there that was done 30 years ago. And to use Scalia's term, let me go find an elephant in a mouse hole, and we'll reinterpret this old rule in a way that no one ever imagined before, so we can tell the American people we did something, because Congress is not doing enough. The problem is Congress has seen that enough years now that Congress actually says, well, if something needs to be done, the administration's going to do something. And that's not only been loose lawmaking, it's been lazy reactions from Congress to say when there are things that do need to be done, Congress is the one that should actually debate it, make their hard choices, take a vote, and actually resolve it. So there's been a push on this both directions, that the Congress has become more and more lazy in not taking on those issues and trying to be able to work towards passing it, and the administration's become more aggressive. This will get resolved when, quite frankly, the courts step in and say, we're out of balance. And there may be some cases coming soon dealing with Chevron and other issues where they'll step in. They've already done the major questions doctrine to step in and say, we're way out of balance, which will then turn back to Capitol Hill and say, do your job.
Yeah. So this actually takes me to the topic of the regulatory budget, which, as I referenced, was the item that you submitted a paper in that regulatory.
Yes, for the Harvard Review Journal. So, yeah.
Law and Public
Yeah,
Policy.
Law and Public
Yes,
Policy.
and I'd be interested in your thoughts as to how a regulatory budget, among the other things it does, helps to redress this kind of imbalance between the Congress and the executive.
I think the biggest issue on a regulatory budget in trying to evaluate whether you're going to pull something out and you've got to look at it is really two things. One is it forces the agencies to retrospective review, which needs to be done. The retrospective review issue is something I've worked on my entire time in Congress, and it's just forcing agencies to look back and to ask the very simple question, is this still working the same way we thought it would be 30 years ago when we put this reg in place? Is it still needed? Is it not needed? Is it still effective? Does it need to be redefined? A retrospective review is helpful in the process to be able to pull things out that are no longer needed in there and they're no longer relevant. That's the first thing of it. The second part of it is it provides some kind of regulatory consistency for new regulations coming out. Again, going back to my comment before, if businesses have some level of predictability and they know that there's not going to be just a flippant increase in the number of regs that are coming out, that someone's got to actually evaluate whether this is going to work or not work. And if I'm going to put this in place, I've got to pull some other things out on it. It slows the process down and provides some more thought and, quite frankly, more input. I'm a big proponent on the notice of proposed rulemaking, giving more opportunities to say, do we even need this? If so, how should this be shaped before the agency starts creating it? Because once an agency creates it, many people in this room know, once you create a reg, now you own it. You know, our team of 8 people, we really thought a lot about this, and we're very possessive of it. And I know there's 5,000 comments about it, but our team of 8, we really thought a lot about this, and we're going to protect it. When there's a notice of proposed rulemaking, you start getting input before that team of 8 actually writes it, it gets more input engaged into it. So anything that we can do to create more input early in the process, quite frankly, that should be distinctly American, that we actually, the American people governing themselves, why would we be afraid of the American people speaking into a regulation as you're writing it, not after you've written it, provides help. And if you're going to review a process, people need to have input on that. And if you're going to add a new one, people to know there's some predictability. Again, if you're going to be a government of the people, by the people, for the people, maybe people should be involved in this.
So the regulatory budget that we've all now lived with was, during the Trump administration, it was done by executive order.
Right.
2 questions. How did you think that worked? And do you think going forward there's a role for Congress?
Well, I think the economy would say it worked very well. For folks, I don't remember getting a letter from anyone saying, gosh, there was this reg that was useless and worthless and I wish it was back again. I never got that comment from people. It was always the terror of the Trump administration is just going to shred every regulation. We're going to have no regulations. That didn't appear. Really what was happening was slowing down to be able to look at what's needed, what's not needed, what needs to be updated, what doesn't need to be updated. And before you add a new one, we should think about this. So there is real benefit. Again, the United States is not the only country that's dealt with a regulatory budget to be able to look at any way of how we're going to manage that. Other countries are experimenting with the same issue as well. This is not a crazy radical concept. It's a simple check on every agency to say, don't aggressively put out new things because that fools with everybody. And I don't know if you know this, but not everyone in the country reads the Federal Register every day. And it's shocking, but there are some assumptions from agencies that everyone gets up every morning to read the Federal Register and see what the government's done to them to that day. And most people don't even know where to find it online, much less know how to read it and find a page on it. And so the more we're fooling with the Federal Register all the time and saying, well, we posted in the Federal Register, you should just know, the more the American people get mad and just say, who's in my chili? Why is this happening?
So do you think there's a role for Congress going forward? Or should we look for legislative proposals to deal with the regulatory budget?
We should. I mean, the REINS Act has been around a long time on that. Obviously, my Democratic colleagues intensely hate it, but they shouldn't. It's a neutral engagement to say, if we're going to add more regulations, accountability shouldn't just be on an agency, it should also be in Congress. It shares the accountability. It's typical for a lot of states. A lot of states have a regulatory review process in their state. Many of you know this already. So yes, Congress should be more engaged in this. There should be more oversight. I'm a big believer in the comment portion. I often will speak out to groups and individuals when a new rule is coming out and remind them, don't just have your association comment. People that are represented by that association, they should also comment. That gets more voices into the process and gets some specific new ideas. But so many businesses, especially small businesses, are like, I just don't have time to mess with this. And so the association will contact them and say, I'm going to comment on your behalf. And everybody's like, great, somebody else is doing my business. That's not as effective. So we need more people that actually engage in the comment process. And so part of my role in Congress is to let people know, hey, there are new rules that are coming out. You should engage in this. And quite frankly, part of my role is also to be able to hold people to account that are in the agencies with their budget appropriations, with the engagement on the Hill in different hearings, and say, you ran over people that live in my state. Why did you run over them? Whether that is new things with the ESA, Endangered Species Act, that I visit with Fish and Wildlife and say, hey, Fish and Wildlife, my state has worked very hard to be able to avoid this listing, and suddenly you just listed on it. And the response I got back was, well, this will make things more predictable in the future. I was like, no, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It makes everything less predictable. It's on its ear. It's like when the waters of the U.S., as you mentioned before, when the Biden administration wanted to redo the waters of the U.S. and made the Congressional Review Act, it was the most Orwellian press release I've seen from the administration. When they put out the press release, we are re-examining the waters of the U.S. rule that was done by the previous administration to provide more predictability. I was like, what in the world? Okay, it doesn't provide more predictability. There was a huge fight in the Obama administration and then a huge fight in the Trump administration. I'm going to undo both of those and try to be able to come back. That's less predictability. A responsibility that we have in Congress is to say, okay, everybody take a deep breath. We have an economy that doesn't need the attention of every person of every agency. There's a role for regulations. They should be done, it should be done well, and should have maximum amount of input.
So I have a couple of other questions, but knowing your time's limited, I want to give the audience a chance to participate, if that's okay.
That's great.
So is there a question over here? So we'll start over here.
We're bringing a mic to you.
Let us know who you are, please.
Yes, my name is Roger Cochetti. I'm an author and an editorial contributor on technology policy to the Hill newspaper. And I wanted to ask a question. You may have followed the hearings in the Senate yesterday about artificial intelligence.
Yes, I was in one of them.
Okay, well, then you probably have a well-informed view. One of the major proposals to circulate in those hearings and after is to create a new regulatory agency for artificial intelligence because it's such a distinct new technology that has, needs specialists and is so important. Do you have a view on creating a new regulatory environment or agency?
Yeah.
For
So
artificial intelligence?
there were two sets, well, there were multiple sets of proposals and ideas to just throw on the table, obviously. That was one of them, was a new agency on it. The other one was to have a chief AI officer in every single agency. So every agency would study AI and its use in this particular agency. I think we're early enough in the process, we shouldn't run into anything on this. If I grab 535 members of Congress and asked them to show me how AI works, not a single one of us could actually do it. But all of us are aware of the parameters of what is being done with it. Government is 100% always behind science and technology, 100%. We're never going to catch up. I never have this optimistic view that government's going to be ahead of technology. That's just not how it works in real life. So we're going to be reactive to this. But I think the first thing that we've got to do is set some privacy standards, some boundaries of how AI can be used and cannot be used, not try to step into how each agency can advance it, because quite frankly, that just makes a lot of people nervous. A lot of folks in the hearing that I was in used the word responsible AI, and I smiled and said, define that for me. And what does that really mean? And of course, everyone says, the old definition of pornography, I know it when I see it. I know responsible AI when I see it, but everyone's still struggling with what are the real boundaries of this? So I think that's a philosophical question that we've got to set some boundaries on to be able to define what is responsible use of AI, and then kind of the next steps on it. Rather than try to stop it and pause and say government needs to catch up, that's not realistic, that's not gonna happen. But I'm not on board with establishing a new bureaucracy for AI or establishing a new chief AI officer in every single agency. When we've got chief information officers and we have other folks that are already there, we may be getting ahead and trying to create bureaucracy to catch up with technology, and that doesn't usually work out. So I know I may have circumvented the exact issue on your question, but I would just say, let's do some more thinking before we do some more spending on that area.
Is there another question over here? Since you haven't had one earlier, I'm going to call on you first, then we'll come back.
Thank you. Sam Corman, PhD candidate at the University of Virginia. So throughout today, we've had a lot of different conversations about roles for the people as a demos in engaging with this conversation on regulation. And it seems like I have a two-part question for you. So it seems like two things are true. Number one, we want to improve and predict transparency. Number two, nobody actually cares as an everyday citizen about this issue because they have no bandwidth. And because it's all written in these, thousands and thousands of page-long documents that if you are working to feed your family, you don't have time to read. So for this two-part question, number one, do you think that there are ways that we can improve bandwidth and give structural and institutional ways for people to have a say in the regulatory process? And then the second part, you can feel free to take these out of order, is do you really want people to have to care about the regulatory process? Like, is that something normatively valuable for citizens?
Can I ask you a question before I answer yours?
Yes.
Do you have a gas stove?
I have no problems with gas stoves, but I do not have one.
You don't have one, okay. Well, we have a gas stove, and it's gonna be like, for my wife, it'll be, it's like a Second Amendment issue for my wife on her gas stove. Let me just say it that way. There'll be a fight at the doorway to take our gas stove away.
But some of us are induction stove people.
I get it. The induction stove people with your special pans, that's all good for you.
Yeah.
But we just got a cast iron skillet in the South, and we just go from there. So that type of issue, though, is an awakening issue for a lot of people that don't care about regulations, and regulations are like over there. When it's suddenly my house, my stove, and it's like, I'm sorry, what vote was this? And I say, well, there wasn't a vote on this. 8 guys in a room somewhere that I couldn't identify who they are, they made the decision that we need to be more efficient, and so your stove is out. Or your next stove is gonna cost 3 times as much because the other 20 stoves don't qualify anymore, and there's gotta be, all of those things suddenly bring it home. When the price of gasoline goes up, when your price of heating goes up, when you lose your gas stove, when the Waters of the U.S. rule comes out and they say to a farmer, you have a prairie pothole in your field and it occasionally gathers water, and they're like, I'm sorry, time out, what's a prairie pothole? And it suddenly comes home to you, regulations matter. So when regulations come and affect somebody directly, people respond to that. When it's theoretical, it only is cared about by PhD students and other folks that are actually engaged. Now they're coming home is why I say that. And more people are saying, make it stop. It's not just the business owners, it's individuals as well. So that's one issue. About how do we get more people to be engaged in the bandwidth side of it? I do think we've got so much going on and things have become so complicated. Now it's so complicated, it's like, I don't even know what to do. I don't even know what website to go to. I don't even know how to comment on that. And no one cares because no one's listening. When that feeling is in the American people, you've lost a government by the people, for the people, okay? So to me, part of increasing the bandwidth is taking it off the top shelf for how to comment and bring it down to the bottom shelf and saying, we put out in our e-newsletters, if this rule affects you, click here on this link, and here's a way to be able to contribute your ideas on it. And to be able to engage so people know how to get directly to be able to comment. Most folks are like, I don't know, I don't care, no one's listening. But for people that want to engage, we want to provide ways for them to be able to engage. I really do talk to a lot of people in associations and say, stop telling your people, we'll answer for you. Tell your people how they can answer that question, and then do a letter from your attorneys at your association that you can send out in a newsletter and say, we spoke on your behalf. But let people in your group know how to be able to do that, because I think it's just really, really important that people have the opportunity to be able to do that. And one of the big issues is slow down the number and the frequency. We have competing rules. Even in the gas stove rule, you've got 2 different agencies that are now competing on how they're going to put gas stove rules out. Okay, that just makes everyone's head hurt to think, okay, now I don't even know, this one's going to be at a different time period, and this one they're going to think I've already contributed a rule. Oh no, I'm sorry, this is a different agency that's doing it now, in a slightly different aspect of it. There's got to be coordination. That's why I'm such a big fan of OIRA, and why I'm so incredibly upset that the Biden administration is fooling with 12866 and Circular A4, is because they're trying to reduce the importance of OIRA and to say, basically, we will only go review the things that are important to the president. Okay, that diminishes the ability for OIRA to step in and to say to multiple agencies, wait, you're working on the same thing at the same time. We need to do coordination here, and to be able to engage. So I think there is a real need for a scorekeeper within government that's also speaking out to agencies on how the rulemaking is done, what they're doing, and the time they're doing it, and quite frankly, the legal issues. We're spending way too much fighting legal battles on regulations that we need councils in the agencies telling their people in leadership, we're gonna get lawsuits on this. We need to do this right, and we need an active OIRA that can say, no, you can't do that. And a weak OIRA or a limited OIRA for the number of engagements they can have doesn't help us, and we waste more money on legal fees. Excuse me to all the attorneys that are in the room.
So Senator, we've actually run past your time, and I know you have votes. There was one more question.
Yeah,
if
let's
you
take
have
it.
it, but
Yeah.
if you need to get for the votes,
We doing
I'll
okay?
take.
They called the votes already? Okay, I'll answer quick. How about that? And
Very
we got to
quick.
get out of here.
Last one, very quick. He may
Kevin
have to answer it
Bromberg.
walking out.
Senator Lankford, your early participation in rulemaking act was very important to me, and I'm writing a proposal on A4 that basically reflects that. Could we amend that bill to be a little bit more specific, to say on the pre-proposal input that you do a back of the envelope estimate of the costs and benefits of the primary proposal and the alternative proposals, which will add a little bit more meat to your legislation, which I hope could pass the Senate.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that we try to do straightforward. Let's talk about that. We just dropped a revised version of the RAA. I know many of you all know that Senator Portman had that for a long time. We've done some updates on it and just recently released it. We've already dropped that, haven't we? Yesterday, did you say? Okay, there you go. There's news for you.
There's news.
But several things that we're doing on that deals with the cost benefit and trying to be able to clarify that to make sure that the time periods are consistent. We've got a lot of different aspects that are in that. We can get you a revised version of what we're trying to be able to do with that. The notice of proposed rulemaking is in there. There's several different aspects that are in it that we've done some updating on that are in particular. But yes, sir. Anything that we can do to actually get engagement, to be able to make sure it's consistent on the time periods, to be able to make sure that we're not fooling with Circular A4 and fudging the scores, basically, which is what they're doing on the cost, and trying to say, okay, I know this is going to cost a lot, but the benefits are going to be out there long term. That just doesn't help us economically on this. And it puts in the hands of a regulator. I can basically do whatever I want on the cost benefit score because we're going to have such huge benefits 50 years from now. That didn't help. So thanks. Yeah.
So Senator, really appreciate it. Actually, I'm glad the last question was one that focused on some of your legislation, because you've been a terrific leader on these issues, and I would have liked to highlight even more of that. So I'm glad the last question did, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
I know you've got votes, so I'm going to ask everybody just a quick round of applause, and then we'll let the Senator
thanks.
get back.
Great to see you all. Thank you very much.
That was great.
It's great to see you all.